Hello. Good evening. Hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome to tonight's council meeting. It's great to see so many well people from our community that are out. I hope you're all well. As everyone is aware, the COVID-19 or coronavirus situation has escalated. So I'd ask anyone that is not feeling too well or to crash on if they would please go home. Leslie, not feeling well? Okay. Take yourself home, look after yourself. So the recording of the meeting will be available in the next few days on the council's website for you to watch when everyone is home and self-isolating. There's also hand sanitizer located at the entry to the hall if anyone is needing any. I'd like to advise the council is now recording its council meetings and making them available on the internet. This recording will be made tonight, and after some minor formatting, the recording will be made available on council's website in the coming days. As this is a new system and we are off-site, please be aware we may experience some teething issues tonight, so please bear with us if this occurs. As this recording will be available as a public record, those in attendance, including councillors, staff and members of the public, should refrain from making any defamatory statements. I also note that signs indicate upon entry to the hall your physical attendance at this meeting is your acceptance of the condition that your image or voice may be recorded and made available on the internet, as well as being retained in the archive of council's recorded council meetings. I would also like to remind everyone that in accordance with clause 15.22 of the Code of Meeting Practice, a person must not live stream or use an audio recorder, video camera, mobile phone or any other device to make a recording of the proceedings of the meeting of council or committee of council without prior authorisation of the council or the committee. In accordance with clause 15.23 of the Code of Meeting Practice, any person who contravenes or attempts to contravene clause 15.22 may be expelled from the meeting as provided for under section 10.2 of the Act. So sorry that took a little while to get through, but now we will open the meeting and acknowledge country. So I'd like to acknowledge that we gathered today on Biripi land, extend that respect to Biripi elders past, present and also those emerging, and also extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders with us this evening. I'd also like to acknowledge that we have Leslie Williams, our state member, in the room with us this evening. Leslie, if you'd pop your hand up, let us know you're here. Thank you. And I'm not sure, but Pat Conahan was going to drop in on us as well, our federal member for Calvin. So I welcome them both. Do we have a minister in the house? Do we have the minister of the Wauchope Presbyterian Church with us this evening? No? Okay. Right, well, God help us and amen. So we'll just, we'll move on. Do we have any apologies tonight? Okay, I note the apology of Councillor Hawkins. Can I have someone move we accept that? Moved by Councillor Dixon, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All those in favour? I see none against. Declare the motion carried, thank you. Pardon me, item number 4, confirmation of minutes of the ordinary council meeting. Could I have someone move that, thank you. Councillor Ali, thank you. A seconder, please. Madam Deputy, thank you very much. All those in favour? Thank you, I see none against. Declare the motion carried. We have item number 5, disclosures of interest. Do we have any councillors with disclosures of interest, please? Councillor Levito, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to disclose an interest in 3 items. Item 15.03, item 13.08, Fernland Creek and Sandcross Planning Investigation. It's a non-pecuniary significant interest. I'm the principal of the Torquay law firm Levito Law and Property. The firm actually the owner of a property within the investigation area dealt with in the subject of the report before council. The firm holds no specific instruction from the client as to the matter subject to the report before council. However, it's probably arguable the client has a reasonable likelihood or expectation of appreciable financial gain or loss in the matter subject to the report before council. For that reason, and the consequence of my relationship with the client You take no part in consideration and voting with respect to this item and be out of sight of the meeting. Next one is item 15.03, T1967, construction of Thrumstar recycled water influent supply main stages 3-way. Declare a non-pecuniary significant interest on the principal corporate law firm Oviedo Law and Property Firm, X-ray principal of one of the tenderers, the subject to report to the council. The firm holds no specific instructions from the client as to the matter subject to report to the council. However, it's properly arguable the client has a reasonable likelihood or expectation of appreciable financial gain or loss in the matter subject to this report before council, and for that reason, as a consequence of my relationship with the client, I declare a non-pecuniary significant interest will take no part in consideration and voting with respect to this item to be out of sight of the meeting. Item 15.04, T1965, Sandcross Reservoir water trunk main works. Declare a non-pecuniary significant interest on the principal corporate law firm Oviedo Law and Property Firm, X-ray principal of one of the tenderers, the subject to report before council. The firm holds no specific instructions from the client as to the matter subject to the report before council. However, it's properly argued the client has a reasonable likelihood or expectation of appreciable financial gain or loss in the matter subject to this report before council. For that reason, as a consequence of my relationship with the client, I declare a non-pecuniary significant interest, take no part in consideration and vote with respect to this item will be out of the side of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Levido. Any other disclosures? Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Declare an interest in item number 12.01, Event Sponsorship Program Round 2 2020. For the reason that I'm one of the organisers of an event that has made an application under the Event Sponsorship Program and which is named in the Council report. It's a pecuniary interest and I'll take no part in consideration of the voting be out of sight of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Any other disclosures? Councillor Griffiths.
Number 1308, Special Closure Pecuniary Interest Declaration in the Fernbank Creek and Sandcross investigation area. It is a likelihood of appreciable financial gain, as I have family members that live in that area.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any other disclosures? I have disclosures. I have for item number 15.03, T1967, construction of the Thrumstar recycled water influent supply main stage, sections 3 to 8. I will declare a pecuniary interest for the reasons that I have interest in a company known as Stablecorp, who provide quotations from time to time to one of the tenderers. I will take no consideration and voting in the meeting, and I will be out of sight. I also, for item number 15.04, have disclosures for T1965 Sandcross Reservoir to Warhope Water Trunk main works. I declare a pecuniary interest. I'll take no part in the consideration and voting and be out of sight of the meeting for the reasons that I have interest in a company known as Stablecorp, who provide quotations from time to time to one of the tenderers. Thank you. All right, moving forward. Mayoral minute, I see we do not have one. Item number 7, confidential correspondence to the council meeting. Do we have any? Mr. Gia?
We do not.
Thank you, Neil. Item number 8, public forum matters.
In accordance with clause 9.3 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I move the following motion to be dealt with as a matter of urgency. So again, Madam Mayor, in accordance with clause 9.3 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I move the following motion to be dealt with as a matter of urgency. That the General Manager, or directors as directed by the General Manager, now provide Council with verbal advice as to the following. 1. The impact of the COVID-19 crisis on the operations of the Council and its associated entities generally. 2. The impact of the COVID-19 crisis with respect to future monthly meetings of the Council. 3. Details of any emergency management plans or protocols in place or being considered by Council as to the public generally and the Port Macquarie Hastings local government area with respect to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis. And 4. Details of any plans or considerations being given to economic/financial assistance to the local economy as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vito. I accept your urgent motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Seconded by Madam Deputy. Thank you. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, very briefly, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we'll all agree that Australia and the whole world is currently at an unprecedented time for probably most of our lives. We're hearing things on the radio, watching things on television and seeing things on social media that we probably thought we'd never see in a modern, westernised, democratic country. We are all caught up in this at very, very many levels. Council is one of the major areas of the government in this area, has a role to play. I think this is developing so fast that with respect we needed to deal with it urgently tonight to give people an idea as to where council was heading, where it was going, the challenges it was facing and what council hopes to do. I appreciate that this is off the cuff. I appreciate that more detailed information will probably come later. But I just think it's an excellent opportunity tonight with the meeting being recorded for the General Manager and Directors to fill us in on these issues, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Levito. Madam Deputy, would you like to speak to this? Thank you. Any other councillors wishing to speak to this? No, thank you. Then I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. Declare the motion carried. We'll now move on to item number 8.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. Now the General Manager to discuss the matter set in the motion, please.
Okay. Do you?
I'm happy to, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. If you're happy to, let's get on with it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly, and recognising that, as Councillor Levito pointed out, that this is a very fast-moving issue that we have. In terms of the first point raised, the impact of COVID-19 on the operations of Council, as would be expected by our Council, no doubt, and our community, that we have established under our business continuity plan a critical management team looking at the advice coming from health, looking at our operations, ensuring that we are able to, as best we can, continue to provide the essential services that this council does to our community, particularly including those around water supply, sewage, capture and treatment and waste. Notwithstanding, there are many other services that our council provides to the community, which keeps the community going. We're continuing to watch the messaging, obviously, from the Department of Health, and we are reliant upon that and saying to our community to make sure that they are keeping abreast of that as well, and also other government announcements. We're already seeing, particularly around associated entities, I think is the term used there, impacts on a number of our events, grants that are being given to community groups. We will need to continue to work through that. It's very early at this stage. Advice around a number of our glasshouse events and bookings have been cancelled by those that were hiring the glasshouse, so that will ultimately have an effect at some stage on our financial position and budgets. So I think that's where we're up to at the moment. We have another meeting tomorrow where our group managers have been asked to give us a business impact assessment on each of their areas, particularly around what would be a critical resourcing required to keep the lights on, if you like. And we're also looking at all of our current facilities that may be able to house some of our staff, looking at splitting our staff so that if and when viruses within our significant workforce of up to 600 employees, we're able to manage that and be able to respond to communities' needs.
Do you have any questions of the General Manager, Councillor Levito?
Just the issue about the other issues about future council monthly meetings and the other two issues.
Okay, the second point, certainly, future monthly meetings of council, the model code certainly allows for cancelling of meetings should that be the case through agreement of the General Manager and the Mayor and in consultation with the council. However, at this point also the model code does not allow for these meetings of council to be done virtually by people coming in, so that's something that I think Michael, if I can just look to you, that's something that we believe the Office of Local Government is currently looking at. So at this point, we still physically need to meet, and that will be contingent upon further announcements. And as we've seen this evening, we're going forward with a meeting, but we're trying to meet the expectations of the health department with social distancing, and hence us setting up the room in this manner. The total number of seats in here is 89, so we're under that at the moment, so we're looking to maintain that. In terms of details of emergency management plans or protocols, I might just quickly ask Director Billsman, from a pandemic point of view, what the local emergency management committee is up to.
Through you, Mr. Acting General Manager, the local emergency management committee, as always, I suppose, is on standby. The Department of Health, or New South Wales Health, in our instance, is the leading agency that we will take direction from as and when required. But at this stage, we await any requests from New South Wales Health in regards to enacting any support from emergency perspective.
And the final point in the motion there, Mayor, around consideration being given to economic and financial assistance to the local economy. Our focus at the moment in the office is really on making sure our operations are able to be provided with a level of continuity. We will then potentially look at what, if any, support, and certainly with the community, look from a stimulus and economic financial assistance point of view. But we want to make sure that our community is maintained and continue to be well served by operations before we start to potentially focus on other issues.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Levino. Thank you, Acting GM. If there is no further discussion on... Yeah, certainly.
To the Acting General Manager, on the final point, I understand that what you've said, that Council is focusing right now on its own operations, and that's to be expected, of course. But we're intending to put out the operational plan this evening for exhibition, and there's already been some discussion about whether Council could bring forward projects, particularly smaller projects, that might be able to provide some stimulus to the local economy through Council's expenditure. And so my question is, no doubt there will be suggestions during the exhibition period of the OP, and could there please be discussions amongst councillors and also on any submissions that come forward about how Council might proactively assist the local community by bringing forward some projects?
Through you, Madam Mayor, all submissions, as have historically occurred, will be discussed with council. So yes, there'll be an opportunity to look at if there's the influence of those submissions on the operational plan.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Madam Deputy.
Yes, I understand about the submissions, but adding another point, I would like to think that as time goes on, and it's like in a month or so, we might be able to have some internal discussions about any modifications that might be possible to the OP to assist the local economy. So if I could ask you to please take that on board, and no doubt there'll be further discussion about it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can certainly take that.
Okay, thank you for that discussion. Councillors, have we right to move on to item 8? Yes? Okay, so matters not on the agenda in the public forum. Could I have someone move that request to speak in the public forum not on the agenda be acceded to? Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. The second by Councillor Dixon. Thank you. All those in favour? See none against, declare the motion carried. Thank you. We have 5 speakers on matters not on the agenda, and I would like to call Mr. Milton Job up. If Milton, you're here to the lectern. Now, I just want to, Milton, if it's okay, remind you that tonight your declaration to observe the Code of Conduct and the Code of Meeting Practice signed on the application to speak form are now in front of you at the lectern. You have 5 minutes to speak, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. You will hear Tinker Bell ring his bell, and at that sound you have 30 seconds left. there's so many you need to know. I'm going to stop you right off 5 minutes. Go for it.
Thank you very much. Morton Joe's my name. I live in Lauren, 37 Lake Street, which is between Ocean Drive and Castle Street. My wife and I have lived there for 36 years. On the night of Saturday, the 8th of February, after a very heavy deluge of rain, on the Sunday morning at 7 o'clock, I noticed our yard gully was running out raw untreated sewage. It was still running at 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. I suspect that there was probably 1,000 litres of it came out of that yard gully, across our backyard, into our garden, into adjoining properties, into the Lauren Gardens Caravan Park, and I suspect finally into the Cameron Haven River. Scott Cunningham from Council came down and spoke to me on the, I think it was the Wednesday this afternoon. This happened again on the Tuesday morning. To a lesser extent, the same thing in overflow. This must occur not because of the sewage, but because of the torrential rain. And there must be water getting into the system somewhere, and it seems to me the only place it can be is either yard gullies in other parts of the community that become underwater and water enters the system, or it comes off roofs in the area which are channeled into the sewage system, and I believe that is illegal, and I believe that can be traced. And so I'm asking Council to look at this proposition. We expect that because of changing weather conditions, we could experience this more often, and it's not something that I'm sure you would want to happen at your place, and we certainly don't want it happening at our place. The council relined the sewage line which runs from Ocean Drive to Castle Street through the back of our property some years ago. And then I think after that, and I don't have the dates, a new line was put in on the western side of Lake Street between those two streets. I don't know what the purpose of it was, but if it was to alleviate the situation that we have, then it has not worked. So I'm asking Council if you could please look at this, fix the problem of roof water into the sewage system, and make sure that that is fixed. And attempt to do something which may not be easy, but to get the water that lays on the ground that gets into the yard gully, get that into stormwater drains or stormwater channels. That's about it. I would hope that Council can give me some assurance that something can be done and will be done on this, because it's not a situation that we look forward to having happen even again, but certainly not on a sort of a regular basis. So thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from Council where we go on this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Milton. Before you sit down, there may be some questions from councillors. I do recall you did send some correspondence about that.
I received a notice from Council saying that the situation would be looked into.
That's right, and
I've heard nothing since.
you've heard nothing. That was going to be my question to you. Okay, then I'll have a question for staff. Do any other councillors have questions for Milton? No? All right, well, thank you, and thank you
I'm
for your
assuming everybody knows what a yard gully is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. All right, I do have a question for Director Billsma. Are you aware of this situation yet? Or I appreciate you get a lot of emails the way I do, but are you aware of this particular instance?
Through you, Mr. General Manager. Absolutely, we certainly are aware, as Mr. Jobs has outlined, our water attendant, Scott, met him on site in early February a couple of times, and certainly from my point of view, I can feel Mr. Jobs' frustration in terms of the situation. Noted that we did have some significant downpours in early February, which we categorically will say heavy rainfalls do put a lot of strain on the sewage system, and do have the potential to create surcharge situations. Notwithstanding, there's other works, as Scott explained when on site, that we can be doing to investigate what may also So part of that, Madam Mayor, is a process around inflow and infiltration investigations, and that's looking for those potential connections to the sewage system that should be there. So we've committed to doing that as well as some modelling on some of the relining and the additional pipework that will be there, just to make sure that that is not contributing in any way, shape or form to the potential for surcharge under heavy stormwater. One of the other elements of improvement we're looking at is the new Q wastewater treatment plant. So that will take some of the load which is currently going into the Campana treatment plant off that facility as well, take some of the load and ultimately improve that situation in that respect.
Okay, and thank you, and I appreciate that information. Given that Milton hasn't heard back from council, I would request that you provide that information to him in writing, and if you could remain across it, that would be very helpful.
Certainly, we'll follow up following this meeting as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from councillors to start? No? Alrighty then, thank you very much. I will call now Mr. Stuart Cooper, who is a... Don't you look dapper tonight, my goodness, got the glad rags on. Welcome.
Thank you.
You know the rules?
It must be a bit tired.
It must be. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Dixon, councillors, acting general manager and council officers. For nearly 18 months, the community of Lake Cavay has fought to have its lake system opened and fixed. After it was revealed that council had opened the lake without a licence in 2018, it was then revealed that council needed to complete a coastal management plan. The mismanagement by council of this process and the lack of information being provided by council has been incredibly frustrating to the community. Will council finally tell the community the whole truth of the situation and actually start communicating? The truth seems to be there will be no replacement of Canberra Dry Bridge, no dredging of the system and no lake opening unless due to flooding for many years. Even flooding does not guarantee an opening unless council infrastructure is at risk. In February 2020, council held the Coast Estuary and Floodplain Advisory Subcommittee meeting where the Director of Development and Environment presented that the new Coastal Management Act was the key driver behind the 1994 Estuary Management Plan being superseded, that it has made all council-adopted estuary management plans obsolete. Further, it was stated that the coastal management plans should be completed or at least significantly commenced before undertaking a detailed environmental approval or REF for lake openings. Following this meeting, council commenced the scoping for the coastal management plan as outlined in the coastal management manual. This is the same manual that the previous Director of Development and Environment presented to the subcommittee in 2016. It should be noted that the lake opening strategy is part of the Lake Cavay Estuary Management Plan. The fact that this strategy and plan would now be redundant was previously presented at the July 2018 subcommittee meeting by the Director of Development and Environment. The presentation was on the legislative changes that had come into effect on the 1st of July 2018. The community has every right to ask council, what have you been doing for the past 4 years? You actually knew this legislation was coming, yet you did nothing. You were advised by the Office of Environment and Heritage in 2016 that estuary management plans would receive no funding under the new coastal management legislation. Yet council decided to keep the Lake Cavay Estuary Management Plan and opening strategy separate from the Coastal Zone Management Plan, which would have received funding. Where were our councillors in this process? The Coast Estuary and Floodplain Advisory Subcommittee is critically important in the oversight and decisions made around our coast and estuaries. As such, it has a charter. There was one approved at the subcommittee by council in 2015, and after review, it was approved again in August 2019. In this charter, it states that the committee will meet quarterly, yet in 2016 it met twice, and then only once a year in 17, 18 and 19, at a time when there was tremendous legislative change in coast and estuaries. Why even have a charter if council can simply ignore it? Councils play a vital role in meeting the needs of local communities. They serve their communities by listening to people in the local area and then representing those views on council. They make decisions that can change local communities and environments. The Local Government Act makes it clear that councillors are individually accountable to the local community for the performance of the council. I take that from the Councillor Handbook, something I thought might be of interest to councillors. There has also been a significant build-up of sediment in the lake, which could have been removed cheaply during the drought. Given that council do have dredging for beach nourishment in their coastal zone management plan, is there a plan to remove this sediment before council are forced to open the lake due to the flooding? I'll leave that with council.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that, Stuart. Are there any questions for Stuart from councillors?
Yes, just one. Stuart, thank you for what you've presented. I would like to look at it more closely, and so could you leave us a copy so that we can have a look, please? Sure. Thank you, and I'll be asking some questions of staff. Thanks, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. Did you find the councillor handbook handy?
It's very interesting.
Yes. I hope you're reading it for good reasons. Anyway, thank you. That's the only question I have. Yes, Councillor Levino.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cooper, I understand this is the third or fourth time you've addressed us on this issue, and I see you're addressing this again. And I think it's fair to say that members of the Lake Cadillac community worry about this issue. I've spoken to us probably 8 or 9 different times. I was watching the Senate hearings the other day about the sports rights issue. And Senator Keneally and Senator Wong from the Labor Party were grilling Senator Cormann from the Liberal Party about the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's activities. They put numerous and various questions to him, which he batted back at them. He gave them many facts and figures and went into detail, and they kept asking him questions. And in the end, he said, look, the reality is you don't like or trust the Prime Minister. It doesn't matter what I say. If he got up tomorrow and announced a cure for cancer, he'd be the first two to stand up and say, you're putting the medical profession out of work. My impression is that we've reached that stage with you. It doesn't matter what we say.
Order, Councillor Levino. Order, Councillor Levino. Order. I will remind you of the Code of Meeting Practice and also the Code of Conduct. We have a member of our community here who rightfully is allowed to make a representation in the public forum on matters not on the agenda, and I will ask that you show some respect. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
There is no point of order. I'm calling order on you, Councillor Levino.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Item 10.29. It states that councillors will be heard without interruption and with silence.
Councillor Vito, I will remind you again of the Code of Conduct and the Code of Meeting Practice. Thank you. You are aware of your obligations under that.
Notice of dissent, Madam Mayor. I dissent against your ruling, and I ask that we allow me to continue to ask the question, please.
Okay. All right, we have a motion of dissent. Thank you. I'm glad to do stuff for this. Motion of dissent by Councillor Vito. Thank you. Seconded by Madam Deputy.
I understand that I speak, Madam Mayor. Item 10.29 of the Code of Meeting Practice says that all councillors must be heard without interruption, and all other councillors must, unless otherwise permitted under this code, remain silent while another councillor is speaking.
I will remind you, Councillor Levino, that I am the Mayor and the Chair of this meeting, and I will also remind you that we have obligations under the Code of Meeting Practice and the Code of Conduct. I have stopped you from abusing a member of our community. I just asked, order, thank you. I just asked that you refrain from doing that. Do we need to go down a motion of dissent? I'm happy if other councillors are happy to support abuse of a council, of a community member in a council meeting.
I just remind you, Madam Mayor, you are a mayor, but you're also a councillor, and you're bound by the Code of Conduct. So I do push the motion of dissent, Madam Mayor.
Madam Deputy.
I certainly don't approve of any abuse of anyone. I did note a rather snide comment from Mr. Cooper regarding the councillor handbook, and I'm not pulling you up on that. I'm simply noting that sometimes, Madam Mayor, you do allow derogatory comments to come from the floor. I am not supporting in any way, shape or form Councillor Levito or any councillor abusing anyone, but I do believe that he has the right to be able to express his views and ask questions and continue in his comments.
And Madam Deputy Mayor, no one is depriving Councillor Vito of the right to do that, but I ask that it is done respectfully. That is the only reason order was called on Councillor Vito. But I don't need to debate with you. Are we going to move forward with the motion of dissent, or do you wish to withdraw it?
Push ahead, Madam Mayor.
Will Councillor Levito, you indicated before, Madam Mayor, that you have no problem with Councillor Levito continuing in what he says, provided it is polite. And that's the only thing I'm supporting, that Councillor Levito have the right to be heard.
Councillor Levito, if you wish to push forward with your comments, I'd be happy for you to remove your motion of dissent and continue on.
Madam Mayor, with respect, it doesn't come down to you. I'll move the motion of dissent. The councillors make the decision. I can then carry on and answer my question. That's what I'm asking, Madam Mayor.
Again, I remind you, Councillor Vito, in case you've forgotten, perhaps you do need to read the Councillor Handbook, that some respect and some common courtesy in the chamber, even though we're out of Borough 1 Street, this is still the council chamber here, and I ask for you not to make a spectacle of yourself in front of the community. So we will move forward with the motion of dissent because it appears Councillor Vito, that is his wish. Do you still second that, Madam Deputy? Yes. All right then. Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to this? No? All those in favour? Those against? I shall use my casting vote for against. Thank you very much. I apologise. I'm thinking about Councillor Hawkins not being there. Your motion of dissent is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I was saying, Mr. Cooper, before I was interrupted, so we got to the stage where Senator Cormann said to the other senators, look, you don't like or trust the Prime Minister, it doesn't matter what I say or he says, at the end of the day, if you were to get up and announce a cure for cancer, you'd be the first to get up and accuse him of taking money from the medical profession. I've been involved in all of this intimately as a councillor. I have come to the view that we've reached that stage with you, particularly and other members of the different groups representing Lake Caddo. It doesn't matter what council says, what reports it puts up. It basically will never be good enough. And I just would like your view on that, because you come here, council goes to great lengths to hear you. I see a letter was sent to you trying to answer the questions you put. I get the impression rational thinking is no longer applying in the matter, and I am concerned as to where this is going, and I would like to hear your view when a council like me has formed the view that we are not being listened to, we are going nowhere, this is a waste of time, what the ultimate end result is likely to be for peace.
Happy to finish.
Hold on, thank you. Would you like to answer that? You don't have to if you don't want to.
I will answer it because I think some of what Councillor Levito has said, we have been up here a number of times, and that part is definitely true. The reason we've been up here a number of times, I would have thought most people would realise by now that we're not getting the information. If you look back over the last 12 months, we've had different comments from council about why the lake couldn't open. We've ended up having to go reading legislation, going back through subcommittee minutes to try and understand what was actually the true reasons behind certain things not happening. We didn't get that as any sort of information flow from council. So you can understand the frustration that comes for the community, that they've then got to go and do that work and come and ask council. Now, you mentioned the letter. I haven't received a letter from council. I'm hoping to. I did send off some questions and I was told I would get a response a couple of weeks ago. That was the deadline, but I still haven't received anything.
Is there any further?
No, I'll wait for
From
those
you.
questions of staff, Ms. Miller.
Councillor Levina, thank you. Any further questions of Stuart from councillors? No. Thank you, Stuart, for your patience. Thank you. Councillor Levina, questions of staff?
Yes, I want to question to the General Manager. Comments made again that no information is being provided by Council, and the assertion's been put again, the Council's not listening or doing anything in this matter. Are we able to get clearly the view of Council is that that is not the case? Would you or one of the directors be able to comment on that? Because it's very easy for someone to get up and say, Council's not cooperating or giving me information or whatever. They're not listening. So are you able to, or the director able to explain exactly what information is coming forward? Because mountains of information is being provided.
Is it directed to the General Manager or to Director Watkins? Which one would you like to answer that?
Sorry, Madam.
Is your question being directed to the Acting General Manager or to Director Watkins? Who is it being directed to?
Acting General Manager, for his discretion, pass it to the Director.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I might ask Director Wilkins to respond.
Through you, General Manager, there have been a number of reports prepared for the issues affecting Lake Cattle. It's a complex issue. We have done numerous reports. We have provided additional information over time on the website. We have provided brochures. We have developed fact sheets. We are still developing more frequently responses to frequently asked questions. We respond to copious numbers of correspondence from various people in the community, including Mr. Cooper, which a response was sent to him for 3 different submissions he'd actually made to council. That takes some time to actually prepare those responses. It's not information that's at our fingertip. It always is a little bit different. We have to collate the information, make sure it's accurate, and then it gets provided. It was sent at 12:19 today to Mr. Cooper. That response is very detailed. It responds to the issues raised in his submission to ministers, departments, shadow cabinet dated 30th of January. It relates to the submission he made here to council in February, and it also relates to a number of emails that he sent to the General Manager. So we are responding. We are having numerous meetings with various bodies when the information becomes available. It is a very complex issue and it takes time. That's the bottom line. I intend to provide another report to council in April, which will give a fulsome response to where we're up to, what we've been doing, and where to from here.
Supplementary question, Madam Mayor.
Certainly, Councillor Levina.
So if people would put to you that Council does not assist, does not provide information, does not reacting to the stakeholders at Lake Cattai, your view would be that that is not the case?
Through your General Manager, that is definitely not my position in this matter. My staff are very detailed involved in this matter. Attending meetings, preparing the information, undertaking water quality testing. I attend many meetings on the issue, as does the General Manager. I think we have very strong focus on the issue and we have tried every avenue to come up with solutions, and we're still working on those solutions with the other stakeholders. Keeping in mind that council does not own the lake and it does is not responsible for the management of that lake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we'll now move on. Yes, Madam Deputy.
I'm sorry, through the General Manager to Director Watkins, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the date that you said that you'd sent the most recent reply to Mr. Cooper.
Through General Manager, today's date at 12:19.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. General Manager, to Director Watkins, I look forward to a comprehensive report coming forward in April. I note the extreme difficulty that Council is in because we do not own the land Could you, and I've asked you, not recently but very shortly ago, if you could provide a concise flow chart or summation of all of the events that are associated, recent events that are associated with the management of the Lake Kauai estuary system. Will that be included in your April report?
Through gentlemen, yes, that could be included. Staff have prepared a number of flowcharts looking at different options of different actions that we take in opening the lake. And there are also detailed flowcharts available in terms of the process of the coastal management program development.
Further question, please?
Yes.
Through the General Manager to the Acting General Manager, I wish to pass this to Director Watkins. And this is not going to be well received by people in the audience, but nevertheless, the reality is that Council has control only of dredging with approval in the lagoon and the opening of the estuary. All other matters are actually under the jurisdiction of the state government, all other matters. Some agencies were absent from the Coast Estuaries and Flood Committee meeting in January, and I'm keen to get a round table with all of those parties under the purview of that subcommittee, but we do not have another meeting until May. Is it possible to get a round table by Skype before May amongst all of the parties, because that is actually, we need the New South Wales government agencies there in order to get any decisions.
Madam Deputy Mayor, we can make every attempt to get the Skype meeting together before May. It would come down to the availability of the other stakeholders, whether they will present that discussion. To the Director to see if that's already in play.
Certainly attempt to organise another meeting. I think that the stakeholders are of the view that they have provided us with written advice now, most recently, and that really will be the information that's contained in the April report as to what Council would need to address in order to take action, any action in the lake at this point ahead of the coastal management program. So perhaps once we've looked at the report, that report could be the subject of consideration by the Coastal Estuary and Floodplain Committee.
Thank you. I have a further question.
No, Councillor Turner has a question. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to ask whether the Director, question through the General Manager to Director Watkins, whether it would be possible, noting the fact that the lake's water level now is actually not below the minimum or above the maximum level for a lake opening. It's at about 1.3 metres, as I understand it. Whether the report could perhaps include commentary on how a lake opening would be permitted in that scenario, noting that the water level of the lake is right in the parameters.
Through General Manager, that's certainly what the report will deal with. The flowcharts that we have developed in terms of options also outline our legal obligations in opening and under all circumstances.
Okay, thank you. If we could move on, maybe you could send an email, Madam Deputy. Maybe you could send an email. We have a long waiting line of other people wanting to speak, and I'd ask that you send an email to
And this is a very important issue, Madam Mayor.
It is a very important issue, but so are some of the other issues on here, and I'd really welcome some efficiency here. So if we could move on now to number 3, Mr. David Waite. If you would like to come to the podium, thank you. Take a breath.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to talk quickly about the effects on our tourism business, Timbertown Heritage Park, in relation to the council court case between Port Macquarie Hastings Council and myself. My name is David Waite. In just a few months, my family and I have owned Timbertown.
David, can I'm just going to pause you there. We can't actually have you talk about the actual ins and outs of it. We can talk about impact to Timbertown, but we can't have you actually talk to the actual mechanisms of what is happening in the court case.
No, I don't think...
You don't have it's not
Do you
in...
want to have a quick look at what I want to talk about?
I'll get the governance officer, Michael, if we could just have a look at that first. Sorry, Jake. As much as I would love to give you the floor and be able to speak about it, I'm actually going to invite you into the office to come and directly speak with myself and the acting general manager and the director for development and environment. Are you satisfied with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We're not able to discuss that any further. I will have arrangements made for that meeting and we'll make that sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, David. All right, moving forward. Mr. Raymond Griffiths, are you in the house? Here he is. Thank you. Welcome, and you're going to be talking about positive action for Rollins Plains. I can't wait.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Acting General Manager, councillors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. As you know, I'm representing the Rollins Plains Community Group. We're pleased to publicly thank council and its staff for a very welcome and positive developments that council has and is undertaking in our area. The very pleasing and downright fantastic developments that are moving in a positive direction for Brill Road as the residents of Rollins Plains jump in for joy. Added to this, the pleasing results is the installation of 2-metre flood depth signs for the creek crossing in Clairville, Bungay Road. Long awaited, but most satisfactory. We're also anticipating the planning and costing of the raising of 2 creek crossings on Clairville, Bungay Creek Road. And now the rain has returned, these have become an ever-present hazard for the over 50 residents in Marlow America. Your recognition of these as an issue is greatly appreciated. As the Mid-North Coast faced the recent bushfire crisis, the community of Rollins Plains, like many others, banded together and supported each other, as well as wonderful firefighters sent to our area. We are now, along with the Recreational Reserve Trust, working to secure funds to establish a more substantial evacuation centre. Just another example of the positive work being undertaken by Rollins Plains residents. We are indeed looking forward to a positive working future for Quarry Hastings Council
Are there any questions of Ray from any of the councillors?
Fantastic to hear, thanks, Ray.
No. Have you put in a compliment of the staff to council so it can be registered on the compliments register?
The compliments of staff.
Sorry?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. Have you sent a compliment of the staff? You've made compliment of council on how things are progressing and you're very happy and everyone's jumping for joy. Have you put that in an email so we may register that on our compliments register?
No, well, I'm not sure what that is.
Well, I'm happy to receive your email and I'll make sure that's registered.
I'll write it down. Okay.
All right. Fantastic. Well, thank you. Yeah, Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Ray. To circumvent that process, Ray, would you be happy if we took your address tonight as a compliment and passed it through to the Acting General Manager?
Right.
Did you hear that?
Say it again, I'm hearing this.
Okay, Ray, would you be happy if we took your address tonight as a compliment and passed it through to the Acting General Manager?
Yes, sorry.
That's right.
Yeah,
And I hope you and Carol are well.
oh, thank you very much.
That's great, right? If you just want to give that to Michael in governance and we'll take care of the rest. Thank you. Thanks for making the trip over. All right, next we have Jenny Hull. Hi, Jenny.
Thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight and thank you for the councillors and staff to give us the opportunity to talk here in Woolhope, even though I'm from Comboyne and we used to have forums at Comboyne and this is the closest I can get now, so yeah. I've actually got 5 points here. And I haven't pestered council very much in the last couple of years, I guess because it hasn't rained much. But there seems to be not a lot of, no spraying, not much mowing done on the sides of the roads of our rural roads. They're getting very dangerous, the grass is growing, the maintenance schedules seem to be too slow. The sides of the roads aren't allowing the water to drain away, and so the bitumen surfaces and the gravel surfaces are all being undermined. I just feel that we need to be looking at doing them a little bit more regularly. I know there's financial constraints, but it actually adds to safety. The other thing I wanted to ask was if council could investigate the bitumen sealing of the gravel section of Lawn Road. We're in the unfortunate position of being in 2 state electorates, but we have been promised money from the Oxley electorate and that of the Westminster Federal. We had the milk tanker go off the side of the road on the 7th of March, which was the show day. They don't normally go down that road, but the roadside just gave way and it was lucky that no one was killed. The tanker got wrapped around a tree and it was just that, and he was well within the edge of the road, it was just that a car met him at the same point and the road just gave way. So there's another couple of other points I'd like to ask is if council could investigate a return and earn facility on Comboyne for the bottles. A lot of us struggle down here in Woolhope. The Hastings Co-op sponsor the one here in Woolhope and they have a rural store on Comboyne and I think there probably would be a lot of people who would use it. Up there it also helps contain the amount of rubbish around the place. People have decided to actually try and get money for their rubbish instead of putting it in the bin or on the side of the road. I'd like to also ask if we could have an annual curbside rubbish collection like our urban counterparts seem to have. Of course we don't have any in the rural areas. There are pick-up points on the main roads where bridges go up and back. The rest of us don't have anything. And that would also help to reduce the amount of rubbish in the environment. And the last thing I had on my agenda here was cleaning out the drain on the inside of the Conroy Mountain Road. It gets a lot of rocks that fall down and there is a lot of vegetation there, but if that's not kept clean, that steep section, we could end up losing part of the road and have landslips, and it's just a case of maintenance really. So, and it would be really nice if that galvanised iron railing could be continued to the top of the mountain, because that was a wonderful thing the council was able to do, was put that part way up, and it's saved quite a few catastrophes. It's a long drop down the side. So yeah, they were my particular issues. I'd just like to bring to council's notice in our rural area that it's not just Conroy, it's all rural areas really. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I could just ask that you give your presentation to Michael so we can direct it to the Director, Dan Bilsma. First I'll ask if there's any questions for you from councillors. Are there? No. Okay,
Jenny, are you aware that Council Nolan does annual curbside collections from urban areas?
No, but I know in some other areas they still do, but yeah, it'd be a good thing if we could start it up again though. Because what I find is that if people, what's one person's rubbish is another person's treasure. Is it trash and one's treasure? Yes, sometimes. But anyway, yeah.
You'd like to work towards a trash and treasure shop.
I'm right here keeping our environment nice, clean and healthy. Maybe that's why we wouldn't have COVID-19 if everybody did the same thing.
Second question, has the road fall where the milk truck went over, has that been reported and has anything been done about it?
David Gillespie and Mel Pavey were there at the time at the show, but I honestly, I would imagine, but I don't know.
So the details of the location are in what you're going to be handing us, is that right?
I haven't got it prepared yet, it came on my head.
Right, okay, so maybe I'll give you a call tomorrow and we'll get a few more details.
Well, the Rural Fire Brigade, they attended, and yes, something like that.
Yeah, okay.
But I can let you know. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny. Apparently we have those details about where the truck went over. So, Dan, you're aware of that, are you, Director Bilsma? Thank you. All right. Any questions of staff?
That's okay.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is through the General Manager to Director Olsen. Could we note potentially Mrs. Hurrell's comments on curbside collection as a submission to the operational plan?
Through Mr. Acting General Manager, yes, that's fine, we can do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Yes, a question for the Acting General Manager, although remains to Director Bilsma. With regards to Lawn Road, cost of sealing Lawn Road and design work and all of that needs to be done for that. I'm aware that the federal member, Dr. Gillespie, made some commitments there at the last election. Do we have an estimate of the costs of sealing that? I think it's 14 kilometres. I did check it one day on my speedo, on my odometer. Is there a design or a cost associated with that, and how does that match up with the commitments that have been talked about by our federal member?
Through you, Acting General Manager, yes, I can confirm federal member for Lyme has committed $5 million for the sealing of Lawn Road, being approximately 13 kilometres, so the speedo is not too far out. Of Arnfield Road between Kendall and Conroy. We have a very high level estimate on that at the moment, that total project being in the vicinity of seal project proposal being submitted, and the intent of that project is to seal the unsealed section, and that will commence in the financial year 2021, so from July, where we'll work through the preliminary and concept design works and investigations, and that will then put us in a position to apply for other applications such as fixing local roads and so forth through other state and federal programs. So that will be the aim of the staged approach to that 30-kilometre resealing job.
Through your acting general manager to Director Billsworth. Mrs. Horrell mentioned there about the roadside vegetation maintenance and maybe that may have lapsed. I understand that that is normally on a schedule of some form. Has there been any lapse in the schedule with obviously everything that's been going on in our area? And would you just like to let the public know, the community know what that lapse has been and what's caused that? And also, are we back on track, or when will we get back on track?
Again, through you, Mr. Acting General Manager, there certainly has been delays in regards to vegetation and amongst other things with the fires that hit us obviously in November. Just around about that time, we also stopped our unsealed roads grading program and some of our resealing works. Generally, some of the roadside vegetation and weed spraying and the lights does go hand in hand with that type of activity, so that the seals and any work that we're doing there get the benefit of having weeds and vegetation obviously killed off before we go through and address the roads as well. We then had significant rainfall events in the later part of January and certainly most of February. So ultimately we are playing a bit of catch up in that regard. We expect that we continue to follow the cycle, and between now and the end of the financial year, hoping to get a significant run at those jobs that we have missed in those months between November and February.
Hello. Thank you. Fantastic. All right, if we could now move to the public forum matters on the agenda, I'd like someone to move a motion that request to speak on the public forum matters on the agenda be acceded to. Moved by Councillor Dixon, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Turner, thank you. All those in favour? See none against, declare the motion carried. And if we can have someone move the suspension of standing orders, please. Yes.
I believe that Rachel Shepherd will not be here.
That's correct.
So are we excluding that?
I think we might just leave it in the order that it flows. Yeah, so we'll leave it. Thank you.
So 13.06 from. Sorry, Madam Mayor, are you suggesting that they go back in because it really should go back into the body?
No, I'm suggesting we leave it there. And discuss it because it is in the flow of the agenda. Sorry. Now, if I could have someone move standing orders, thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. So we're at item number 10.01, status of reports from council resolutions. We have Mr. Philip Lloyd to speak. Hello, Philip. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors, Council staff and ratepayers. I refer to the biodiversity certification around the land near Council's proposed airport business model and the koala recovery strategy annual reports from the agenda item 10.01 status of reports. Our region is known worldwide for its koalas, a significant attraction for both tourists and residents. Council promotes this with the proliferation of koala statues around the region. It's a great pity that actual koala numbers have done the opposite. The rest of Australia and the world will be horrified by council's actions in the chase for development dollars. Koalas and their habitat have drastically declined on this council's watch, even before the recent catastrophic fires. At February's New South Wales inquiry into koala habitat held at our Glasshouse, Shane Flanagan stated, "In our region, without doubt, an enormous decline, particularly in the core population that feed the whole region. It could be anywhere up to 85%. Dr. Rebecca Montague-Drake, President of the Koala Recovery Partnership, made similar comments. Now, I'm in favour of anything that improves koala recovery strategy, and so support the report that's on our agenda. But if we look closely, this agenda item isn't due until September. We ask the question, can we afford to wait that long? But actually, closer scrutiny of the minutes says that despite its annual status, the last report for this was in September 2018. What about 2019? It seems koala recovery doesn't have much of a priority. Equally alarming is the council has had no protected coastal koala plan of management since 2012. Only an unimplemented draft which failed to be endorsed by this council in 2018. A key reason given by the council's GM for this one was that too much koala habitat had been lost to development and infrastructure, so more accurate mapping was needed. Effectively saying, we can't protect koalas from developers because there's too much ongoing development. Also, a significant landowner that substituted the word developer had an objection to the draft. Now, from 2012 to 2018, nearly 2 million square metres of known koala habitat was lost. God knows what this accelerated to in the last 2 years. This agenda item also includes biodiversity certification to allow land clearing in and around the proposed airport business park area. Now, as both developer and regulator, one might have expected the council to set the environmental bar high, but sadly, potential profit outranks koala habitat. This item acknowledges koala habitat loss and koala credits, otherwise known as offsets, which actually do nothing, as we all know, to help the koalas in the displaced area. Presenters at the Glasshouse Koala Inquiry were scathing of this offset movement. Council also expects to profit from its Linfield Park residential development. Again, recognised core koala habitat and has a koala management plan done by Nature Corps in 2017, but surprise, it still seems to be in its draft form. Despite the dire koala habitat decline numbers, Council quietly pursues destructive projects. A cynic might also think that the absence and delay of any koala policy might have been deliberate. We have Lake Innes Nature Reserve at Fernhill Road with a totally unfunded orbital and airport access roads, the airport business park region, Linfield Park and now Sandcroft's Quarry, to mention just a few. When will our council and councillors realise that ratepayers don't want unfettered development? We can't even guarantee water security for our current population. We deserve balanced developments that complement our region, so we don't actually lose the very things that make Port Macquarie unique. Should Council's Development and Environment Department actually carry out their environmental protection duties? Or should we now just rename this the Development Department? The Koala Inquiry Chairperson asked Wayne West, Council's Natural Resources Manager, how many developments were stopped as a result of koala habitat in the last 12 months. I think her response seems to sum up Council's current attitude to koala protection, which I challenge her to address. She stated very clearly, I would not think there was any stopped because of poor koala habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Very powerful presentation there. Thank you. In light of what we've been through with the fires especially. Are there any questions for Phil? Yes, Madam Deputy.
Phil, a lot of statements made there, many of them are probably justified, but nevertheless also must be understood in context. So again, and especially in the context of New South Wales planning regulations, could you provide a copy of that so that we can provide you with a comprehensive response, please?
We've actually, most of those things have been responded to by the GM. In fact, the quote that I made there about the reason for no koala plan management was a direct email from Frank Smith.
So, Mr. Lloyd, will you provide us with a copy of your presentation so that we can respond comprehensively, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. I understand you were invited on the Port Macquarie Transport Network Community Consultative Committee, is that correct?
Sort of, yes. Well, put it this way, it's something I need to discuss further with Director Bills, but apparently I was the last person, if you like, selected on this committee. Yes?
I was just wondering if, in your capacity as a committee member, whether to bring up any impact of future road transport networks within the confines of that committee would be an appropriate thing to do, absolutely.
As I said, in original discussions with General Manager Craig from there, I wanted to make sure that when I applied to be part of that committee, that being part of that committee would not act as a gag or for me to express my opinion and represent the community that I've been chosen to do so. So I think it is valid and quite reasonable for me to. I'm not speaking as a member of that consultative committee, I'm not here representing them. I am part of that committee and certainly I have a major concern about road developments and their effect on koala habitat. And I think you actually need somebody on that committee that has that belief because, from what I can see, not many other people do.
Mr. Lloyd, I couldn't agree with you more, which is why I'd be really keen for you to be on the committee. Can I ask you another question? Are you aware that the state government has recently released a new state environmental plan policy 744 on koala protection?
I am aware. But also, are you aware that when the Glasshouse koala inquiry occurred, most of the councillors got up, including Wayne West, spoke, and I think this was the only council that did not have a coastal koala management plan. And she was asked about that, and it was reading between the lines of the transcript. She seemed a little bit, I'll say, embarrassed, but I won't put words in her mouth.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Just in response to one of the things you said about the annual koala recovery strategy, which, as you pointed out, was due in September, are you aware that the annual report was actually provided in October?
Are you talking about the one for 2019?
The 2019, yes.
I tried to have a look through the minutes and I couldn't see that yet.
Yep, item 13.11, the koala recovery strategy annual update.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Vito.
Mr. Lloyd, would it be a fair assumption, listening to you, with the view that you don't believe the airport biodiversity certification does anything for koalas?
From what I've seen of the bio certification, the bit that's been made public on with the having a say about that, I have significant doubts. As soon as we start talking about koala offsets and koala credits, I immediately get extremely uncomfortable because that does absolutely nothing for the koalas in that area. All it does is offer a slightly greater protection for already existing koalas in another region. So effectively, it doesn't do it. It actually, the koalas that would be in that region are lost from if you like, the collective herd.
Second, supplementary, Madam Mayor? Mr. Lloyd, you are aware that the whole concept of koala offsets is a state government policy, it's not a council policy.
Look, I realise that, as you know, being a lawyer, there's the law and then there's ethics and what's right or wrong. And I've just alluded to it, I've just said that just about everybody at that koala inquiry was scathing about the offsets. And I'm not saying that council by using those offsets has done anything wrong, but morally, yeah, I think they have done something wrong. And I think people that use those are morally bereft.
Third question, Madam Mayor, if I may. Mr. Lloyd, you made a comment about what part of the biocertification agreement you've seen has been made public. You are aware that it was published in the New South Wales Government Gazette on the 7th of September 2018?
Not really, no.
Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Are you aware that there are various forms of offsets and that council has in fact decided not to adopt the offset program that leads to enhancement of land away from where the original populations are, that our focus on offsets is purely local.
Look, it's almost like saying which is better, cut off your hand or up to the elbow. As far as I'm
yes or no, Mr. Lou?
Well, no, I'm aware of what offsets are, but what I've maintained right from the get-go is that an offset does absolutely nothing for the 10 or 20 koalas that you displace. Those koalas have nowhere to go. You've got to an
So,
offset.
Mr. Lloyd, are you not aware of the situation where offsets actually enhance landscapes right there where the potential detriment is taking place? There are many offsets, and I think I'll just withdraw my question and we will reply to you with the other things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Phil? No? Thank you. Thank you so much, Phil. Thank you. Any questions of staff from councillors? Councillor? Sorry, I didn't say Councillor Vito. I was looking at you. Councillor Arry.
Question for the acting general manager, although I suspect that he may refer it to Director Watkins. With regard to the koala planet management, there's been a great frustration that this has been an issue, I guess. I think we put would have been over a year ago that we put out a draft koala planet management on public exhibition. Can you fill us in on the details as to why it seems not to have progressed, and also perhaps talk about the changes to the recent changes to the state government legislation and the impact that will have on us moving forward?
Acting General Manager. There has been action, certainly has been action on the draft, it's the third draft of the Coastal Koala Planet Management. Council, when it considered the matter last time, resolved to defer to get some additional advice on the implications of the CKPOM in respect of the myriad of legislation that we operate under, which is the Biodiversity Conservation Act, and also the changes that were imminent at that time, which was a year ago, to the SEP 44, which is the koala SEP. We've actually sought that advice, and we have received other legal advice from another party. We took the time to review the actual mapping, and then also look at the drafting of the CKPOM to ensure that it met the intent of the State Environmental Planning Policy number 44. We found that there are issues associated with the document as drafted, so we took the view to separate the two issues. So one was to achieve certainty actually for developers to go through a process, which is the intent of the CKPOM. It actually turns off the state policy. If a developer chooses to go through the local policy, which is the CKPOM, it turns off the state provisions. So therefore, the local policy has to be consistent with the state provisions. So the intent was rolled up with objectives to actually preserve koala habitat, and including those local provisions to make sure any offsetting was done locally. It also dealt with local methodology of surveying of koala habitat and koalas. So it became a conflicting document with the state policy at that time, and since then the state policy has now been amended, and the methodology used for the mapping in that policy is now also different in some areas to what council has actually done. So in taking the advice, we only got the guidelines for the SEP last Friday, so the legislation has changed, but the guidance from the state hadn't been available until last Friday, and that's now available for comment by council. So we're actually making a submission on changes, and there will be a further report that will come back to council in April.
Yes, thank you. Where do I start? Is it fair to say, or I believe it is fair to say that the idea of the koala planet coastal wildland management. It's basically a tool to enable developers to be able to develop while providing adequate protection for koala populations in that sort of area, as opposed to the koala recovery strategy, which is about providing ecological initiatives, I guess, to protect koalas. So that's kind of the first part of the question. Have I got my understanding correct? And the other part of the question is, in the absence of an approved koala plan of management, what is happening in that absence? How are we able to function without it?
Through you, Acting General Manager, as I explained, you are correct. By Council having a local koala plan of management, it essentially turns off the higher order need for approval from the state for a coastal plan of management. Plan of management for koala. So at the moment, if a developer or proponent had a development that impacted on koala habitat, they would have to prepare a koala plan of management for that development to indicate how they're going to protect habitat. The state, that requires approval of the state. The local plan of management is Council's response to the state policy, and therefore a developer wouldn't have to prepare their own coastal plan of management, koala plan of management, which means that we would have a consistent approach to plans of management across our local government area. So that it achieves a more consistent approach and also allows us the opportunity to get that local offsetting, as I explained, because it's more in a local context. It does provide developers more certainty because they're going off getting plans of management done by different consultants, which may have different answers, and then there's a lot of discussion between Council's ecologists and their ecologists, and then they have to discuss it again with the state as well. So it provides a little bit more certainty and consistency of the mapping, and what we've decided is protected. In terms of the koala recovery strategy that Council has adopted, you're correct, that is a strategy on how Council is proposing to undertake activities to preserve koala habitat and the koala population. And it includes things like fencing or education or plantings or looking at offset provisions as well.
Thank you. Through the Acting General Manager to Director Watkins, all of that information is very hard to absorb, and so I understand that you are bringing back a report in April, and will that report clearly explain what it is that you've verbally explained today, and also address some of the very legitimate concerns that were raised by Mr. Lloyd earlier?
Through your Acting General Manager, I certainly intend to bring back a clear report, but again, the legislation is not a simple matter, and that's why the complexities have had to be worked out over a period of time. But I intend to make it a clear and concise report with what we've done, how we've landed here, and what that implication is. Some of the issues raised, I think, in Mr. Lloyd's submission may be outside of the scope of that report because it deals with the biocertification of the airport, but I can certainly deal with the issues of the recovery strategy and how that interacts with the proposed, if we propose, coastal plan, koala plan management, and where to from here.
So we can all understand. That would be really good. Second question. It was suggested that we had no biodiversity certification. Sorry, I might have misheard Mr. Lloyd, but he mentioned that he felt that there was no biodiversity report during 2019. Are you able to rustle up your memory for whether or not there were reports during 2019 for either the airport biodiversity certification or the biodiversity strategy?
Through Acting General Manager, I'd ask Director Olsen to respond to the certification issue, but certainly I do recall a report And there was certainly a report on the biodiversity strategy, which is the annual report that we prepare for council after adoption.
So, through you, Mr. Acting General Manager, we certainly have provided reports to council on the biocertification work that was done, and some of those were quite comprehensive, I recall. In terms of the actual dates, we would need to take that on notice of when they actually occurred.
Thank you. So no doubt that can be included in the reply to Mr. Lloyd. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Levita.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question through the Acting General Manager. It's to do with the airport biodiversity certification and the koala issue. I don't know whether the Director, Watkins or Director Olsen will do this.
Yeah, what's the question?
Would you please confirm with respect to the airport biodiversity certification recently undertaken and put in place by Council that all of the following are the case? The key outcome of the airport biodiversity certification is in the perpetual protection of ecologically important conservation areas in the vicinity of the airport, including koala habitat, noting the importance of complying with CASA aviation safety standards. The Port Macquarie Airport and the surrounding lands biodiversity certification agreement was prepared and assessed in accordance with the state government's biodiversity certification assessment methodology, BCAM. The biodiversity certification agreement was approved by the New South Wales Office of Environment and Heritage on 9 August 2018. The Ministry law conferring biodiversity certification published in the New South Wales Government Gazette on 7 September 2018. The approved biodiversity certification includes some 444 hectares of land set aside as fully funded, permanent managed and protected conservation area biobank sites, including 300 hectares of koala habitat, with a further 40 to 50 hectares of koala habitat to be secured off-site as part of Council's overall conservation management commitment associated with the airport. $2.8 million has been committed by Council for permanent management of the conservation areas, primarily funded from the Airport Reserve, contributing to the active environmental management of the areas, including the establishment and ongoing maintenance of boundary fencing, fire trails, fire breaks, rubbish removal, weed control, pest and feral animal control. The proposed business park, associated asset protection zones and potential future flood-free road inroads to the airport impact on less than 2 hectares of primary koala habitat and around 3 hectares of secondary habitat. And these impacts have been fully assessed and offset in the proposed conservation areas as part of the approved biodiversity certification. Overall, the airport biodiversity certification has the potential over 20 plus years to impact on up to 50 hectares of primary koala habitat and 29 hectares of secondary koala habitat, but the majority, 75% of these impacts, are associated with complying with CASA aviation safety standards, such as OLS for the continued safe operation and future development of the airport. And lastly, since the 2019 bushfires, both the state government and the Commonwealth government have required Council to prepare and lodge further reports regarding the impact of the bushfires on the koala lands and on the biodiversity strategy.
Through you, Acting General Manager, Councillor Levito, that is all accurate and correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments, questions, discussions? No? All right, then we'll put the item number 10.01. I'd like someone to move, thank you. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Dixon. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Would you like to speak to this, Councillor Dixon? Would any other councillor like to speak to it? I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. We'll move on now to item number 11.03, and we have Stuart again. You'd like to come back, and you're speaking on the Lake Kadai and surrounds community plan.
Good evening, Mayor Henson, councillors, Acting General Manager and council officers. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lake Kadai Community Plan and wish to acknowledge the efforts of the council staff involved. I think they did an amazing job in difficult circumstances, trying to put this together while community was distracted with fires and issues surrounding the lake. Now it is up to council and councillors to put a realistic implementation plan and timeline together. In the year 2000, and then with revisions in 2010, the Lake Cattai Progress Association prepared a master plan for Lake Cattai and presented it to council. Unfortunately, many of these items in the plan have not been implemented. And what has been done has largely come from grants by state government departments. Items such as footpaths, Ocean Drive duplications, stormwater, upgrades to Kemley Drive Bridge and Ocean Drive Bridge, bus shelters and cycle paths are just a few items that have been outstanding for more than 10 years and remain outstanding. Focusing on the positive, it is my hope that this plan will be used constructively to assist a community that is growing rapidly. Some of the actions which have been included cannot be carried out by council, but we are looking for council to assist and advocate on behalf of the community. One example of this is the need for a police and ambulance presence in the Lake Cattai area. The action in the plan is an emergency operations centre, which could be used to provide a lower cost presence for all the services rather than individual buildings. With the large number of older residents in the area, over 28% of the population is over 60, there is a serious concern by this demographic on the waiting times for ambulances. Further, the use of an extended care paramedic or ECP in this facility would have a positive effect on the community. It will also have the benefit of reducing the need to transport and, as a result, hospital visits. This model is being used in other areas of the state, including Laurentian, successfully. The Lake Cattai Foreshore Master Plan is another item which has been outstanding for many years, and there is a need to produce a similar plan for Jonathan Dixon Reserve. The installation of lighting around the lagoon would encourage evening walking and events in the community. While many of the items are reliant on funding, there are other much smaller items such as beautification programs in conjunction with commercial owners and better signage. Dog poop bags and a bin on the beach at beach access in Jonathan Dixon Reserve is another fairly small item that could be implemented quickly and maintained easily. I look forward to seeing the results of the implementation.
Excellent, thank you so much. Stuart, any questions on that address from Stuart?
I will send you an email about the staff.
Appreciate it, thank you. Thank you so much for your address. Any questions of staff? No, thank you. All right, well, we will now have Ms. Susan Pike, who is going to speak about Telegraph Point and Surrounds Community Plan.
The girl never goes anywhere without her handbag. Thank you for inviting me to address the meeting in support of the Telegraph Point and Surrounds Community Plan on behalf of the Telegraph Point Council Community Action Team, now known as the CCAT. Telegraph Point has a somewhat unique advantage over other villages in the Hastings Valley because it sits less than half an hour's drive from three major towns, Port Macquarie, Wauchope and Tipsy, which provide families opportunities for gaining employment within reasonable driving distances. As you all know, for many years the Pacific Highway roared through the middle of the village, but now that the highway traffic bypasses us, we enjoy a much safer journey on Telegraph Point Road. We have a thriving primary school with 135 pupils, 6 classes, 2 learning and support teachers, the principal and the admin staff. A daycare centre preschool with places for 32 children. A sports oval that hosts the Western Phoenix Football Club. A post office, a service station, a general store, 2 timber mills, 2 mechanical workshops and a smash repairer. A function centre, an aqua park, a sports and recreation club and of course the local park. Dotted around the village and farms are various BNBs, one of which I know has won several tourism awards. Our community is very diverse, including many tradespeople, farmers, health business people, artists, and quite a lot of retired people. We recently experienced the bushfire crisis that brought out the best in our little community, with fantastic support given to the firefighters, residents, and other small communities that were in danger of running out of supplies. The process of developing this plan with Council has been very customer focused. Georgina and her team have been very supportive of the small group of Telegraph Point residents that became the CCAT. From the beginning, she took on the task of gathering together all the enthusiastic ideas and suggestions from our community and forming them into this plan. But some of the more outlandish and over-ambitious ideas didn't make it into the plan, such as a Myers store and a tidal pool in the Wilson River. However, we do have big ideas for beautifying our village and its surrounding areas, with the valued assistance of Council. There is a need for increased opportunities for our children, as there are very limited resources and the need for somewhere they can meet and engage in activities, particularly as the children without transport are isolated from the larger towns. We've been steadily upgrading our community hall. In the last 3 years, we've put on a new roof, a new ceiling with ceiling fans and whirlybird roof vents, making it a much more pleasant and healthier environment, because we want the hall to remain the focal point of the community and also to be the emergency evacuation centre for the area, which will mean building an Aleutians block with disabled access. Apart from the hall, the outdoor areas of the village have been somewhat neglected over the years, and if you read our plan, you will see we envisage improved signage, historical information, walking tracks, bicycle tracks, a large undercover eating area for the beautiful Wild Wharf Reserve, with barbecues and adventure playground, fitness equipment and murals on the bridge pylons depicting our local Aboriginal heritage. We must support the businesses and facilities that do exist in our village and encourage new businesses to start up. At the same time, we must ensure our natural environment is preserved. The health of the Wilson River and our native animals are high on our list of priorities. We must also strive for safety and better signage on our winding country roads, which are currently used by very heavy vehicles, such as log trucks servicing timber mills, semi-trailers, livestock trucks, milk tankers, which compete for space around the bends with the school buses, private cars and motorcycles, with roadside vegetation often obscuring the view. Added to this mix are the visitors to the area who are not familiar with the roads. Helping villages like Telegraph Point develop in a positive way can only benefit the general environment of the Hastings Valley and its people. We want to make Telegraph Point a destination, a place people want to visit and live in, and we look forward to the continued support of Council now and into the future.
Excellent. Well done, Susan. That was brilliant, because while you were speaking, it gave me a real overview. If I was someone that didn't live in this region and didn't know of Telegraph Point, you've been so descriptive in that, and I think it helps to remind us all exactly the villages and towns that we do have in here and what's on offer. And when you talk about Telegraph Point like that, there's a whole lot of on offer in there, isn't there? So thank you so very much for that. I'll ask the councillors, do you have any questions of Susan? Yes, Councillor Dixon.
Said you just sold me Telegraph Point. One of the things that you said in your address was our plan, and I love that you bought into that, being involved in that process. Is it your understanding now that you have your plan in collaboratively? Is it your understanding now that that is driven by the community or driven by Council?
Both of us, hopefully.
So fantastic, thank you.
Excellent, Madam Deputy.
We're in complete agreement. I thought your address was a great synopsis of Telepoint. I love your approach, and for no other reason than so that we can dwell on it a little more, could you leave us with a copy of your address, please? Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any further questions? Comments? Question of staff? Yes, thank you, Councillor Dixon. Thank you so much, Susan. If you'd just like to pass that to Michael, he'd be happy to take that, make copies and send it out to councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Acting General Manager, to, I suppose, Acting Director Davies. This might be. It's going to you. One of the things that was mentioned by both Mr. Cooper and Mrs. Pike was obviously these CCAP plans were put together so that they were originally driven by council to ensure that all of the groups were collaboratively put together and a conversation was had as a community. Moving forward, those actions have now been put together, and obviously if this gets up this evening is adopted, how does council see their role in assisting in driving, or are they assisting or are they driving? Is it the community driving these actions? And what's your understanding at this moment of when those actions will be completed and reported back to council for us to stay on top of what's going on?
Councillor Dixon, certainly, as you picked up, we are intending a partnership with our communities, our rural villages, and others that are about to move into some larger plans with that. The funding and advocacy of some of those things that are outside of council's area, staff will certainly look to bring through through operational plans and grant funding programs. And it certainly is the intention as well that whilst the CCATs, the community groups, will have a major part in that at periods through the plan we will be bringing that back to council so that we can highlight achievements of those plans and also raise concerns if we haven't been meeting some of the expectations of those plans in the community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dixon. Are there any further questions of staff? No? I would like someone to have the pleasure of moving this recommendation, given that community lands are so important to our communities. Thank you, Councillor Dixon, and seconded by Councillor Alley. Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry. Would you like to speak further on to that? Sorry, Councillor Dixon.
Self-explanatory.
Okay. Councillor Alley?
No need to speak. I agree entirely with the words used by Councillor Dixon there. Let's get on.
Yep, let's do exactly that. So I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? See none against? Declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. And congratulations to Lake Cat Iron Point on your plans. So we're going to be moving now on to item number 13.06, where we're keeping this in because Rachel Shepherd is not with us this evening. Madam Deputy.
I would like to remove the recommendation with a question, please.
Move it with a question.
Yes, and ask a question. So I'm moving it.
Thank you.
There might be a second one.
Can I have a second for this, Councillor Allen? Thank you.
My question is regarding timing. First off, I'd like to thank the General Manager for bringing forward this item from April, which was when it was due, to March, so that we can better consider any actions within the operational plan. However, there's no timing on item 2, and so my question to the Acting General Manager is, do you have an idea of a timing on this? Bearing in mind, we have done a prior risk assessment or climate change.
Finance Director Watkins, I believe, individually involved in that.
The report actually, I'm just trying to find the page, the report actually does say that there's a workshop has been scheduled and it'll happen later this year. I can't find the page, so it's really noting that we're already in the process. We've engaged the providers to provide the service, and we will be undertaking that work. It seems to think maybe June comes to mind, but I just can't put my finger on it right now. I can come back to you.
Okay, so could I add an item 3, note that the workshop to deal with the deal with the matters in item 2 will be held in the next few months. Yeah, I thought it was May. Will be held in, no, okay, so we can can that. Director Watkins, would you be happy if a report then came back to May, June, July?
Through your acting general managers, 27th of May is the workshop that was founded. And the second part to the question will be the further report. That'll be depending on the outcomes of the process and the availability of the report from the company that's providing the service and our input to that. So perhaps if we don't put a specific date on it, once it's finished, as soon as it's finished, it will be returned back to council for consideration.
And further question, I presume all councillors will be invited to this?
Through your acting general manager, not at this stage, not to this first round. This is to identify the business risks, and then there'll be further workshops down the track, which will include the councillors in the education and the, I guess, the objective setting for the outcomes of the risk assessments.
Okay, that being the case, and that's very disappointing because we have already done one of these in the past, and so therefore I would have hoped that this was just progressing it forward. But nevertheless, I will move in item 3 that a report come back on the request of the General Manager to provide a report to the July meeting, because June will be too early. Council meeting on progress on this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Ali, are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy with that variation.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mayor, if you'd like to speak to it.
Yes, I would like to thank the staff for bringing this matter forward by a month. I would also like to express my appreciation for the input that came from the community in terms of documents to be considered, and also appreciation to the staff for how well they have brought that information together into an extremely, the beginnings of a very comprehensive report. I note that the documents that are referred to here will be up on the website for the public to access, and I will be speaking with you, Director Watkins, again regarding other matters that have been brought forward by the community for them to go on the website as well. This is certainly, we've received several pieces of feedback on this report, and I certainly agree with those who have made submissions that this is a very strong step along the way. It is not declaring a climate emergency. We have not even considered that matter directly in council, but nevertheless it is acknowledging the situation. It's acknowledging the risks that have certainly been documented that we face in a changing climate, and it acknowledges that prevention is certainly more cost effective than trying to deal with an ongoing series of crises. Everyone acknowledges that we cannot at a local level change the momentum that is globally occurring in the unfortunate progression of climate change, but we certainly can do our bit regarding the long-term energy strategy, and we can definitely do our bit in terms of addressing the risks locally, looking at them with open eyes and adopting actions that will help to protect our local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Councillor Ali, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm particularly excited by, I guess, the recommendation 2. It talks about identifying the risks, developing mitigation, and then adaptation. And it is so important that we go ahead and do that. I congratulate the General Manager and the staff for recognising that that's the way forward. The information in this report provides much of the foundation that will be the background to support decisions that this council needs to make in the short term, in the medium term and in the long term. So I encourage my fellow councillors to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Do we have any further? Councillor Turner?
I've got a question, Madam Mayor. Can I ask a question through you to the General Manager? Is there an opportunity to put this council report up on the council's website so that it does become that definitive reference that Councillor Riley suggested?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can certainly look at that, absolutely. It's on council's website as an agenda item now, but we could look at how we single it out. Have it there as a specific direct report.
Manager, we're intending to put all of the links and all of the information that's contained in the report all on the website in a banner of its own.
Okay.
So it's easy reference.
Excellent.
Okay. Yes.
Director, as part of the Audit and Risk Committee, as when I was a member on that committee, climate change risk actually was addressed. So my question is, what will be the difference between what was happening in Audit and Risk Committee as opposed to this strategy? Is there an alternate purpose to this, or is it just going to follow along the same line as a duplication?
Manager, I don't believe it's a duplication. I think it'll be an up-to-date assessment of where we're at in terms of the science that's available. It'll also be an appropriate forum to start looking at those mitigation strategies, actions, all of those things that we need to actually put together for council to consider. It'll have a different focus. It'll also be able to be used to be fed into if council went down the path of potentially having a sustainability coordinator and developing a sustainability strategy for another government area. So it's all the background information that we would rely on to put into that place of work.
Could you give an example of what that might look like, or two examples specifically?
Through acting General Manager, I'm not really sure about the question. Examples of...
Okay, something specifically that you say would be enacted. I mean, is this just going to be another strategy that produces a lot of reports, more paper, more resources that we're going to use, and essentially we've got community who are looking for alternate, real results, I suppose?
Through acting General Manager, in my experience, I haven't developed strategies that haven't been providing for some real time responsible results, if you like. This strategy is intended to be practical things that council can do and implement to mitigate the impact of climate change.
Okay, so the question, how does that vary to the Audit and Risk Committee, which again is actually doing practical outcomes on what is the impact on the organisation of council? I think it's still the same question.
Through acting General Manager, I wouldn't agree. The intent of this sort of strategy is actually to identify actions, not monitor compliance. It really is about those actions such as whether it's developing plans for our staff to not work in certain conditions, or council put shade sails over park lane areas, or it's about real life things. It's not really about whether we're complying or not. It really is about strategies that deliver actions that are conserving water and those sorts of things. It's more wholesome. It's not more holistic. Sorry, not wholesome. Holistic approach to the issue. And so it's not a case if we have a list of things and we go through them every month. It is actually practical items that can then be incorporated in the operational plan that council can action.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. All right, if Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to support the motion. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the General Manager and any other staff that have been involved in this. I think it's a terrific document. What it's essentially done is taken many very credible, very scientific and robust sources and distilled all that information into what it actually means for us living here in Port Macquarie Hastings. And I think, rather than look at whether it's America, whether it's Europe or whatever, that's not relevant to us, and it's hard for people to understand how climate change impacts them. And I think this has actually done a really good job in that, in terms of making it real for us living here and now. And to that end, I think it's very valuable as a reference, a point of reference for future decision making and future risk assessment by the Audit Risk Committee. I think they'll find it very useful as well to potentially address Councillor Griffith's point. But I'd urge the community to have a look and to read it and understand that this is Council looking at making sure that we're taking all this stuff into consideration in planning for our future.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Right of reply, Madam Deputy.
Commend the recommendation to my colleagues.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Griffiths against. Thank you. Declare the motion carried. I'll now invite for item number 13.08, Mr. Graham Burns to the lectern. Thank you. And you'll be speaking in opposition to the item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Acting General Manager, councillors and staff. I'd like to start by saying we appreciate the efforts and the cooperation from council that we've actually had in regards to the planning proposal that we've actually submitted and how it relates to the Sandcross and Conway Creek structural planning. It's actually proceeding as well. One of the things I'd just like to draw council's attention to again is just the issue with the Lost Sandcross property is that it's being treated effectively as a special case, which primarily arises from the moratorium issue that was occurred 14 years ago in regards to this property. It's sort of evidence through the resolutions from council that have actually occurred over the last year or so. And in addition, the invitation by council to submit the planning proposal that was submitted in December last year. What we'd like, the reason for talking tonight is primarily a process issue that we're looking at. In terms of the recommendation that both the structure plan and the planning proposal be considered at the same time, it will be necessary for the planning proposal to go through the gateway consideration process before it's in a position to be actually exhibited. The recommendation currently recommends that it not be proceed to gateway at this point in time. We're asking council that it actually move to a resolution at the earliest possible time to enable us to go through the gateway process so that we're in a position at the appropriate time to actually be exhibited together with the structural plan when that occurs. So it's primarily what we're asking tonight. We'd just like to note as well that in the actual planning proposal that we actually submitted, the level of information that goes through the planning proposals can be relatively brief in terms of what the actual application is about. The information that's been submitted with our planning proposal is still detailed right through to almost development application level of information. It does actually address the broader issues affecting the Sandcross and Conway Creek area in regards to a number of areas, the traffic, the servicing, the social impact, the whole range of issues, the retail hierarchy. All of those have in fact been looked at currently in the proposal that's been submitted to council, so that information is there to assist and inform the structural planning processes there. So we're very keen to see this progressed as soon as we can possibly go through, but just noting we do need to go to gateway prior to exhibition of the structural planning.
Okay, thank you, Graham. Are there any questions? Mr. Graham? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for staff? I have a question. If I could, Director Watkins, just in relation to what Graham's just said and the fact that there is a recommendation here that it's not progressed at this time. What does that actually look like for this proposed development? Hello? By not going forward. Oh, okay. Yes, I will. Anyone that wants to answer me, that'd be good.
The work that we've is that the structure planning overall needs to take into account, or the cost planning proposal needs to take into account the overall structure plan. At this point, we are saying and recommending to council that the planning proposal doesn't go to Gateway because the structure planning isn't up to the same level and there's not enough detail around the structure plan to ensure that the McCloss-Sancro proposal is in line with that structure plan.
Now, if we were to support this recommendation, how long does that detriment continue for the class, given that it has a history of 30 plus years? People are, going to start going to the grave if we don't get on with this. So what is this going to mean? If we were to support the recommendation as it is, where is the opportunity for the class?
The structure planning that we are undertaking, we believe will be completed within around 12 months. Certainly council could be of an opinion to, if that aligns with the planning proposal as it currently stands, send the planning proposal to Gateway prior to the finalisation of the structure planning coming back to council. But that would need to be determined as we progress through the structure planning. The report is with the submissions that have come back, quite detailed submissions. That's not to say that what Lacoste owners have done in their planning proposal will be incredibly divergent. We just don't know at this point. We need to make sure that the structure planning is right and the planning proposal fits into that overall.
If I could just get you back up here, Graham, is that okay? So based on what Acting General Manager Shah has just said, how does that sit with the owners of, we can't always have what we want when we want it. Although don't tell my husband I said that. But how does that sit with the owners at Lacoste, given the long history that they have there?
Primarily, the Gateway process, once council resolves and sends this application to the Gateway, on the assumption that happens, probably somewhere between 3 to probably 6 months, sometimes a bit longer period that will take. What's currently being proposed, I understand the structure plan is talking about a 12-month period. So we need to be at least a resolution for us to go to Gateway needs to happen in the near future for us to enable that we go through that 6 months, if there's any complication in case it's longer than 6 months, so that if council's ready to advertise the structure planning in 12 months' time, then we are also ready to be executed at the same time. Now, the owners at the moment would prefer to go tonight. They would rather have a resolution from council tonight to go to Gateway. That's what the recommendation is at the present time. They are prepared to spend some further time with council and ensuring that we are totally aligned with what's coming through the structure plan. My understanding that there's a lot of effort actually going through with council staff at the moment to actually progress the structure planning. So we would hope potentially in the next meeting or two that we would be in a position then to get a resolution to go through to Gateway.
Okay, so thank you, Graham. Through what Graham has said, Mr. Acting General Manager, would it be possible that we add to this resolution, if it were to be moved, that we review in 3 months' time?
That's certainly an option. It's weird that an amendment might be that a report comes back at some period of time to consider the planning proposal going to getting the structure planning work has progressed.
Would June be too early to request?
I don't believe we'd have enough information around the structure planning, whilst Mr. Burns points out, and not so much in partnership, but he's well aware of staff working very hard on the structure plan. We've talked earlier about COVID-19. I think we will have an impact from that. I think June will be too early.
Okay.
I prefer July.
July, okay. All right. Well, I'd certainly, if no one else has further comments or questions, I'd like to. Oh no, we have another speaker. We're not there yet. Sorry, I've jumped the gun. Okay, fine. I appreciate that conversation. Yeah, thank you very much. Any further questions of staff from councillors? No? Okay then. All right, so we will then move on because we have Tony Thorne in the room. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Tony. You shouldn't sit up the back because I forget you. How are you tonight?
Very well, thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors and senior staff. I'm here tonight representing a number of landowners that we prepared submissions for on the discussion paper that's just been recently exhibited. And that's the Hall family located on the southern side of the intersection of Dockside Highway and Pacific Highway, the land between the proposed Highway Service Centre and Burrup Forest Road. The Hazenbell family on the northern side of the same intersection, and Expressway Spares, who have a block to the south of HF Hand, parallel adjoining the Pacific Highway. We're supporting the recommendation tonight to prepare a structure plan, and we would hope that once that structure plan is prepared and adopted by council, that council would then be in a position to move relatively quickly with broader planning proposals over the area in question. Certainly the Hall family, their land has been in the residential or urban investigation area for some time. It's also in the North Coast regional plan as well as an investigation area. What's really important with the structure plan is the need to plan for key infrastructure as part of that process, and we've seen that before in previous structure plans done when we were looking at rural residential in Sandcrocs almost a decade ago, and that's in particular in relation to road and intersection upgrades. It's important, given what we're going through in Port Macquarie now with looking at road upgrades and potentially roads through existing urban areas, that we really do plan for the long-term road links that are going to be needed in this particular region. So that I would hope would be forming part of the structure planning process. I know it is mentioned in the report, but I think that's a really key point. Also sewerage infrastructure, so that now that it has moved away from rural res and into a more residential and higher density type development, we need to have reticulated sewage through there, and then water supply. Underpinning all that, as much as I hate to say, we'll need to have contribution plans, and that, I think, the sooner we get our heads around that, the better, as part of this structure planning process. Expressway Spares are a major landowner in the area. They have funded significant road in the order of up to $5 million in cash and in land for the Pacific Highway duplication and the Sandcrocs interchange. Sewerage in the order of $1.64 million, and water supply in the order of $500,000. Now, in particular, water and sewer in that intersection benefit the whole of this discussion paper area, the whole of the structure plan area. So it's important that the contribution plans are put in place to ensure that further upgrades to infrastructure are able to be funded, and also those landowners that have already substantially funded infrastructure up front are able to have others pay their share towards that. So I guess I am emphasising that infrastructure side of things. Those upgrades need to be considered in conjunction with the issues that have been raised on page 135 of the report. They were raised in our submissions as well. Expressway Spares also have a site-specific planning proposal that's been with council for some time. It's only a small area of 2.98 hectares. It was accepted back in 2018 as a site-specific planning proposal. It's sandwiched between Frolch Road and HF Hand. It was required to be lodged in full by December 2018, which it was. The it was, the fees were paid in January 2019, and I think it's been held in abeyance really since then in relation to both the coastal koala plan management and the structure planning process. Now, there's been site-specific assessment of koala habitat on that land and found it to be not core koala habitat. There is a resolution of council to proceed with those site-specific planning proposals as well, and we would be looking to see that that can be accelerated now. And I'll finish at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Are there any questions of Tony?
No, I think we've probably had discussions earlier.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to take your seat. Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? No? Thank you.
This is the motion I circulated earlier this afternoon to councillors. That Council 1 note the submissions received in relation to the public exhibition of the Fernbank Creek and Sandcrocs Planning Investigation Area discussion paper and associated fact sheet. 2, in consideration of submissions received in relation to the public exhibition of the Fernbank Creek and Sandcrocs Planning Investigation Area discussion paper, associated fact sheet and the information contained within this report. Prepare a Fernbank Creek and Sandcrocs Planning Investigation Area Structure Plan. Point 3, note the lodgement of a planning proposal for La Closse Sandcrocs and continue to review this information in accordance with Council's resolution of 20 February 2019 to assist in informing the planning process for the wider Sandcrocs and Fernbank Creek area, noting that these investigations are in the early stages. Point 4, advise the proponent that the La Closse Sandcrocs planning proposal will not be progressed to the New South Wales Department of Planning Infrastructure and Environment requesting a gateway determination until such time as further preliminary work has been undertaken by council staff on the draft Sandcrocs and Fernbank Creek Planning Investigation Area Structure Plan. Exhibit both the La Closse Sandcrocs planning proposal and draft Fernbank Creek Sandcrocs draft structure plan together once A, the gateway determination for La Closse Sandcrocs planning proposal has been advised and any additional work completed, and B, the necessary preliminary planning work for the structure plan is completed by council staff. And point 6, request the General Manager bring a progress report to the July 2020 Ordinary Council meeting.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This slight change in wording addresses the issues that I think you were trying to address earlier.
Can I just ask a question? You said that you'd sent that out. I had not seen this until now. Did you send me a copy as well?
Yeah, I emailed all councillors, Madam Mayor.
I beg your pardon?
I emailed all councillors.
Ali who? Sorry, there's an echo. Ali, what councillors?
I sent this by email to all councillors.
To all councillors, including myself?
Including myself.
Thank you.
I used the councillor email address.
Okay, thank you. I've not seen it, but anyway, doesn't matter.
So, as I said, this allows council staff to continue the preliminary assessment and the planning processes for the structure plan, and then it actually takes into consideration the issues raised by Mr. Burns, which is that if we are to exhibit the two in concurrence with each other, that is the planning proposal and the draft structure plan, then their planning proposal needs a gateway determination. So I think the way that I've worded this is that in July 2020 we'll have a better idea of where the preliminary planning is up to from council staff, and when a suitable time may be to send the La Closse Sandcrocs planning proposal to gateway. Noting that some preliminary work is advisable so that the department has something by which to assess the planning proposal, but also give staff enough time to do that. I think that addresses the La Closse Sandcrocs planning proposal, I think in a way that adjusts the timelines appropriately. I think I'd really like to congratulate the council staff, and particularly the strategic planning division, for the really terrific work they've done in progressing to this point since the resolution from December last year. It's been really good, really well done, really engaging. The submissions were good, and there's a lot of information in there, and most of it's really, really positive. So I think council staff aren't really going to have a job of trying to keep multiple stakeholders happy when they don't agree. I think everyone's sort of pulling in reasonably the same direction, and it's only the details that we've got to work out. So I think the time has come to get this on the way, because the Port Macquarie Hastings area certainly needs a future supply of good residential land, and I think this would be a good opportunity.
Well said. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Madam Deputy, did you wish to speak to this?
Only to say that I support the improved agreement in terms of timing that Councillor Turner has discussed and outlined here. It seems to satisfy Council's needs, but definitely assists the proponents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's no further discussion, no right of reply. Okay, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against, declare the motion carried. Thank you. All right. We can have the councillors in. We'll now move to item number 10.02. Thank you. Item 10.02, do we have someone to move the recommendation? Could I have someone move the recommendation, please?
May I ask a question? I'm sorry, my system here refused to allow me to access the attachment on this item. So through the acting general manager, could I be advised of the reply from the OLG dated the 9th of March?
In the attachments?
It's in the attachments, yes. Attachment 2. Can someone summarise it for me, please? Attachment 2 to this item, 10.02, to reply from OLG on the 9th of March.
I think the pertinent question, Mary, if I may, I'll just read from the attachment. The second paragraph, I'd like to clarify, this is a letter from Tim Hurst, the Deputy Secretary. I'd like to clarify that the decision does not prevent councils from enforcing their codes of conduct against councillors. It simply limits councils' ability to impose lesser penalties for breaches.
Sorry, it limits council's ability to
impose lesser penalties for breaches, such as the requirement to undertake training or to apologise. It is still open to councils to censure councillors for breaches of their codes of conduct and to refer matters to the Office of Local Government for further disciplinary action under the misconduct provisions of the Local Government Act 1993, whereas warranted.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if Mr. Ferguson can advise us what the implications of this are? Stopped. Would that be possible? Mr. Acting General Manager?
We might need to take that on notice, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Okay, well, in that case, if we can certainly proceed with it and bring something up at a later time if necessary. So I'll move that council note the information and then take out be noted at the end. Unless any other councillors have got a different view.
So you're moving the recommendation. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Would you like to speak to this?
Certainly. We all councillors are in a very difficult situation where our code of conduct, the effects of enacting the code of conduct were severely curtailed by a recent court case. And really, the answers that we've got here don't take us any further forward. So I would not like to move any further action without us taking this into account and perhaps making further inquiries to the Minister about this. And so I'll simply move that we note it with the understanding that we can take this further forward outside of this meeting to try to get a better idea of how the code can actually be enacted. Unless the other councillors have got different view. Thank you. I've had my speak.
Are there any other comments councillors are wanting to make on item number 10.02? No? As a seconder, would you like to speak to this? Well, I'd like to speak to it. The code, strengthening the enforceability of the code of conduct. Well, I totally am all for that. And yes, there has been a court case where a councillor was actually suspended and his pay was reduced, or was suspended as well. And the High Court decided that was not lawful, and as a result, it kind of makes the code of conduct a little bit wishy-washy and a bit watery. Now, this evening, Councillor Levito and I had a brief moment where I was requesting Councillor Levito to acknowledge that he was probably overstepping the mark, and as Mayor and the Chair, to call order on a councillor. That's not something I want to do. I want to do the business of council. But for those of you who witnessed that, Councillor Levito was very strong-willed and he didn't want to give up his position and continued on with a member of our community. This is exactly what this item is about, because what you have available to you as a councillor is when somebody is not adhering to the model code of conduct or to the code of meeting practice, it's an act of disorder or a breach of the conduct. Now, if a complaint was to be made about Councillor Vito's behaviour, then that comes at a cost to our ratepayers. And let me tell you, it's not effectual. It's not effective, So really, nothing happens, except for a whole lot of time that the General Manager gets taken up, a whole lot of time that our governance officer gets taken up. We get a consultant involved, and the consultant asks questions, and then we get a report, and so on and so forth, and nothing happens. So the behaviour of people cannot be held into account. And so, so yes, absolutely, the code of conduct should be enforced. I do have a question for you, Madam Deputy. considering that you brought up about the censuring, I just wondered where you were going with that. Why that was brought up. I'm just asking the question.
I didn't mention it was part of a letter.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. The attachment that you requested to look at, speaks to censuring.
Because my iPad system was not showing that item.
Okay.
That was why I wanted it to be reread.
Yes. Do you have a desire, Madam Deputy, to censure anyone?
My cat, quite often. I'm not sure where you're going with this, Madam Deputy, Madam Mayor. I asked for an attachment to be read out. What are you implying?
No, I'm not implying anything. I'm just asking the question.
I asked for an attachment to be read out, and the attachment was read out.
Okay. Well, as long as you're satisfied with that. So that is my comment on strengthening the enforceability of the Code of Conduct, and I would agree that some consideration at a later date be given to doing more than just noting the information in this report. Thank you. Any other councillors wish to say anything on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor, just quickly. I would ask the gallery not to misinterpret my silence as in any way endorsing what the Mayor has said. Thank you. Maybe, Madam Mayor, you could learn the meeting procedure better and we wouldn't have these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Levito, for your counsel. All right, Madam Deputy, would you like a right of reply?
Thank you. First off, I want to reply to what the Mayor has said and to say that part of the problem that we experience is a lack of consistency in terms of what is pulled up as a Code of Conduct breach, in my opinion. And the reason I supported Councillor Levito earlier is because I felt that he was making quite a legitimate point. And so that is part of the problem that we have at the moment. However, it's not just that this does not end here, in the sense that I also asked the General Manager as part of the previous resolution on this matter to come back with options so that we could have a better analysis of what the exact complaints were that were coming, that had occupied so much of Council's time last year. Some of them were obviously trivial, then some of them were more serious. There needs to be a better, system whereby the General Manager at least can make an assessment on at the point when a complaint is made, so that we aren't spending $5,000 a time anytime anyone makes a complaint about council in getting a formal investigation. So that's happening. It's not just noting it here, that is already on the books to continue to happen. And I believe that we should also be going further forward and pursuing with the OLG, and I'll certainly be talking to Mr Ferguson about where we take this in terms of enforceability. But there are so many things that can be done that can be classed as a breach of the Code of Conduct, and certain things get just swept under the carpet when, for no really valid reason, just perhaps a personal preference. It really is a horrendous situation that we find ourselves in, and rest assured, Madam Mayor, I will not be leaving it as simply that all we do is note the information. We must improve this situation, but right now all we can do is note what's come forward from New South Wales Government.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Now we move on to item 10.03. Happy to move the recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Self-explanatory. I don't need to speak on it. Would anyone like to say anything about this? No? I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Stay well, everyone that's leaving us at the moment. Move on to item 10.04, disclosure of interest return.
Do I have a recommendation?
Thank you. Moved by Madam Deputy and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Item number 10.05, designated persons. Do I have someone to move that? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Any discussion on this? Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Item number 10.06, monthly budget review for February 2020. Do I have a mover for this? A mover for the budget. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Alley, thank you. Councillor Griffiths, would you like to speak to the budget? Councillor Alley?
Very briefly, to note that it looks as if there will be some money for the Kew Road rehabilitation, and looking forward to seeing that.
Thank you. Any other comments of councillors? Councillor Turner?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to comment on the $4 million that's now coming out of water reserves to improve the size and scope of the water treatment plant expansion as a result of Council's resolution last month. I think it's excellent to see it happening straight away.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against. Declare the motion carried. Item number 10.07. Investments for February 2020. Do I have someone to move that? Councillor Alley, thank you. Someone to second?
Sure.
Madam Deputy, thank you. Councillor Alley, would you like to speak on the investments? Madam Deputy?
Thank you. I would like to note that Council continues to get a good return on its investment by strategic allocation of its reserves. However, the good days are coming to an end, and the staff are continuing to try to get the best return on investment. However, with the falling interest rate, we can expect that we continue to be above the bench line, but that the return will no doubt be reduced. And our advisors continue to recommend that we look at all relevant term deposits and floating rate notes to best manage that reserve investment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Griffiths is against. Thank you. Declare the motion carried. Item number 10.08, our draft delivery program, draft operational plan, fees and charges, revenue policy and rating maps documents to go up on public exhibition. Could I have someone move that? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Turner. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Alley. Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's a very pleasing delivery program. I think I'd really like to congratulate the council staff on not only putting this together, but the way they've engaged with councillors over the last probably 6 months, I think. There's been many briefings, engagement sessions, opportunities for councillors to have their input into what is going on exhibition tonight. So the other thing is that, you know, there's been considerable fine-tuning in terms of making sure that this is an ambitious operational plan, yet it's an achievable operational plan as well. In the past, we've seen some situations where there's been a lot of carryovers and we've been too ambitious. I think we've done a really good job of pulling this back into something that we can all remain pretty confident that it can be delivered. And it goes back to basics by looking at water, looking at sewer, looking at roads, looking at parks and gardens and playgrounds, sporting fields, all those kinds of things that council is expected to focus on by the community. So I'd really like to recommend this, and in the note that in the current environment with the COVID-19, that it'll be really important that we're proactive about seeking feedback on this from the community. It will be probably a very different engagement coming up, but no less important.
Thank you, Councillor Turner, and if I could just say that everything that you've said is supported by me because, under-promising and, over-promising and under-delivering is a really difficult thing for anyone, and certainly for our community. And I agree with you. We may be surprised actually with the COVID that people may actually more actively engage from their homes and on the internet. So it could be an interesting exercise, but I agree it isn't overly ambitious, which I think is good. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, it's now open to the community to have a look at this. It's some 300 pages. Sit down, it's like a good book, and weave your way through it. I do want to say, I guess, two things about it, and that is that it's not locked in stone. We do take the feedback seriously. We do look at all of the feedback. That's the first thing I want to make. And I guess the second thing I want to make is that when we do get feedback, the idea of the plan is what can be achieved over the next year, what money should be spent, what projects should be done and can be done over the next year. It's not about what projects might take multiple years to achieve. It's about what are we going to be doing in the next year. So I think that the community needs to take that into account when they respond to it.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Right of reply, Councillor Turner.
Comment, please.
Yes.
I'm going to channel Councillor Hawkins right now. I can't let it go by without noting that this year the cost shifting continues to increase, and this year we've got $16.3 million in cost shifting in services that council is now required to do annually that were originally or traditionally high levels of government responsibility. And that represents 25% of the capital works that we are investing in this year, $64.72 million in capital works. That's the first point. And the second point, to come back and touch on what's already been mentioned, which is our tendency in the past to perhaps overstretch ourselves. We at Council is taking a number of actions to ensure that projects which are multi-year budgets are now phased so that their year-on-year cost is allocated to that particular year, and this enables us to be much more precise in what we are promising for a particular year and what we're able to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Something's just come to mind off the back of what you were saying, and I'll direct it to Director Olsen. In reports, would it be possible, just for, glass half full, glass half empty balance, if we can include the actual grants next to cost shifting, so we can have a balanced view of what's going on. Yes, I'm sure we're still in the hole, but I'm sure we're not $16 million in the hole. So would you take that on board?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Right answer. All right, thank you so much. Would you like a right reply now, Councillor Turner? No? Question from Councillor Griffiths?
Question to Director Olsen. I note here that there is an operating deficit of 7.3 million for Council's General Fund. Can you just explain that, please, and basically enlighten us on whether that happens year on year or one-offs or how frequently?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Acting General Manager, Councillor Griffiths, it's an accounting term, more or less. It's an important measure that the OLG does measure all local government entities on. For those who are in business, it's effectively the profit and loss result. So it's the income less expenditure. It does include depreciation. So what it basically means is that ideally we would at least have a zero result or a positive result. Certainly depreciation, because it's included, is on the size of our asset base a big consideration, and it's a fairly big impost in that calculation. I think the report talks to how if cost shifting wasn't actually the extent that it is, that would in fact change that position to a surplus. In terms of previous years, this is a number of years in a row now that we've had an operating performance shortfall or deficit. What's important though is that on a consolidated basis it is positive. So certainly that means that we are still achieving that ratio at that consolidated level.
Same question. If those funds are meant to be separated, which we know they are, so then again we call it a consolidated, that figure then still needs to be looked at separately for the general fund. And as well, I think what we need to consider moving forward, if that's on a continuous basis, and we do need to account for depreciation, we can't actually look at our future asset purchases, then we need to pull that back in check. So that means councils also need to be conscious of our future sustainability. So do you want to comment on sustainability and the future of that?
Yes, again through you, Mr. Acting General Manager, there's no doubt that in an ideal world we would be meeting that ratio in every fund. Having said that, from a sustainability perspective, on a short-term basis, we can expect that it's not necessarily an issue. We have going forward trending back into positive going forward as we repay debt in particular. So having said that, the further we go out, the less certain it is, because we only adopt 1 year budgets at a time. So at this stage we're comfortable with what we're putting forward tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Last chance for a right of reply, Councillor Turner. All good? Okay. Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Okay, item number 2.09, policy review investment policy. Perhaps I'll move. Recommendation, thank you. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Alley. Would you like to speak to this, Councillor Turner?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to note that this has to be done annually as per the Office of Local Government, and so we're complying with this and interested in the feedback that comes back.
Yep, thank you. No, nothing from you? Okay, thank you. Councillor Griffiths?
Yeah, I'm actually concerned that we're actually looking at fossil fuel industries and taking a role in looking at going into the wider broad sectors rather than us worrying about what our role is as a council. I don't think we need to be looking into climate change and all those things. I think we should leave it to the state and federal governments. I think we should do what we need to do.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Any further comments? Okay, I'll put the motion to vote in. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Griffiths is against. Declare the motion carried. Item number 11.01. Councillor Alley. Thank you. Yes. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of weeks ago, my son Lucas and I went for a car trip to Sydney. It's something we do regularly. We catch up with family there. We had a place to go to. We had a place to stay. We organised that. We organised when we were one of the things that we don't bother to even think about is where the toilets are, because there is a network of toilets down the highway, various locations along the Pacific Highway down to Sydney. We don't even bother thinking about it. They're always there. Now, for Oscar Cruz, who's a 24-year-old with muscular dystrophy, if he needs to do a trip like that, he ends up having to, his carer has to put him on the floor of the toilet block. On the trip down there, has to lie on the floor, fairly undignified manner for him to be changed. Liam Fanning has cerebral palsy. His mother, a woman of short stature, struggles with being able to change him and would certainly, benefit from I guess mechanical aids to enable that to occur. This is some of the difficulties that some people in our community have to be able to get around a fairly basic thing like a trip to Sydney or a trip to Brisbane or a trip anywhere in New South Wales. We need to be including these people these people in our community need to be part of our whole community. Those people need to be able to go on holiday, they need to be able to come here on holidays, they need to be able to travel elsewhere around the place. Now, we have a toilet facility in the Short Street car park. It's only fairly new there. I note that the member for Port Macquarie is not here. I'll still acknowledge that was built with a state government grant, partly a state government grant and partly funded by this council. It's a great facility. I hope that in time we might have one out here in Warhope and there might be one in the Camden Haven as well. But that doesn't solve the problem that I'm talking about, and that is that people in our community need to be able to do things like go on holidays elsewhere in New South Wales. So the purpose of this motion is basically lobbying. The toilet facilities up and down the highway are state governments. They're not on any council's property. They're all state government property up and down the highway. I think we should be encouraging the state government to provide some of these facilities up and down the coast. So that's the purpose of my motion, and I would encourage you all to support me in this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Would you consider adding that the General Manager write to our state member, considering where the local council, and she's our local member and she mixes with all of the people there in Parliament regularly?
I would accept that on the basis that it's both our local state members, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. So,
Great.
For the Honorary Leslie Williams, member for Port Macquarie, and the Honorary Melinda Pavey, MP, member for Oxford.
Thank you. You're happy with that, Councillor Griffiths? That change? Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for your address. Any further comments by councillors? No? Okay, we'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against, declare the motion carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 12.01, Event Sponsorship Program, round 2. Oh, sorry, where are we? 11.02. Where am I? I jumped one. My apologies. 11.02, policy review, draft public art policy, sorry. Could I have someone to move this? Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Someone to second? Seconded by Madam Deputy. Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I think I just encourage us to adopt the policy. It's been out. There weren't a lot of submissions, but the response was quite considerable. And the policy is one thing, and the guidelines that go with the policy are the next thing for us to develop. So I think the policy being the overarching framework is an appropriate policy for this kind of thing. And once we've got this, then we can start getting to work on the guidelines and actually putting some meat on the bone so we can have some public art appropriate places.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Madam Deputy, would you like to speak about the art policy?
Yes, I would like to echo Councillor Turner's words, except to say continue to have public art. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Any other comments on this item? No? Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. All right, now we move on to item number 12.01, event sponsorship program. Moved by Madam Deputy, seconded by Councillor Dixon. Sorry, Sylvia first.
And just to say, oh look, there's Councillor Turner's name. Just to say that this continues Council's successful support of local events. Not very much goes to each one, but it certainly helps them. And after a couple of years of sponsorship by Council, the goal is for these events to become self-sufficient. Thank you.
Sure. Madam Deputy and councillors, I just want to run something by you that given we're in the beginnings of pandemic and the coronavirus and so many events are being cancelled, I note that these events are happening in September, July, October and August. Are we best placed to maybe bring this back again at a later date to defer this and bring it back, bearing in mind these events may be cancelled? Are we maybe giving these funds over to events that may actually not happen?
You're directing it to me, and I would like to say I don't think that we can predict what's going to happen. But Mr. Acting General Manager, do you have a comment?
I'd certainly invite a comment from Acting Director Davies, who runs this program, just in terms of what some of the conditions of the grant funding may be.
And if I can just make it clear that I think it's fabulous that we support this, I'm just, of course it's uncertainty, and that's the reason I brought this up. There's some uncertainty around this.
Certainly acknowledge your point, Madam Mayor, around the uncertainty that is surrounding events, and obviously at the moment staff are very busy working with event owners who are holding events in the coming months around, potential options for postponement. I think it's safe to say, there is uncertainty around where we will be at the time that these events are proposing to deliver, but noting that the allocation of funding is actually for the next financial year, I would certainly encourage Council to continue with that allocation and for staff to liaise with the event owners around their ability to deliver the events at an appropriate time in the financial year. I think it's important that as a Council we are continuing to support these type of activations and what they bring for our community and our economy as well.
Sure. So if I could just ask a question. So is the money released just prior to the event or upon the resolution, or just help me understand?
So a portion of the money is able to be released on the resolution, and then the remainder is released upon successful acquittal and completion of the event and acquittal of those funds. We have had instances previously where funds have been allocated and events have had to be cancelled for various reasons, and there is a mechanism there for Council to recoup any unspent portion of those funds.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. Sorry, can you just bring that back down? Thank you so much. So, Councillor Dixon, would you like to speak to this?
No, just to quickly note that you brought up a valid point and one that I was going to mention to really talk about the current policy that we have in place if these are rescheduled. And let's cross our fingers and hope that everything goes ahead. In the current policy, if an event is not acquitted by the end of I believe it's the end of the year, is that correct? It's because it's in the second half. If it's not acquitted by that time, what's the process for coming back to the event organisers from there? And do we obtain money back?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Acting General Manager, the process for that is there is a time frame post-event in which the acquittal must be submitted. I don't have in my head exactly what period that is. It is a number of weeks or a number of months post-event. There is within our requirement that second payment is not disbursed until the acquittal is received. So we do not have the ability under our current agreements and sponsorship for these events to recoup that first payment, but we certainly can withhold the subsequent one if events don't acquit appropriately. And the policy also states that if an event owner does not acquit, then they are not eligible for subsequent funding. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Just to take that another step further and just understanding the circumstances, would there be an option for us to extend the time frame for these events to be able to go ahead?
Within the financial year in which the funds are allocated, yes, definitely. If we were looking to extend, or the events were looking to defer beyond the period in which the money is allocated, then obviously we would need to have a budget discussion around the potential transfer of those funds into the following year, or whether we are not conducting a round to allow those funds to be dispersed in the following financial year.
If I could just say that that's a lot of money in 5 years, and it's actually, even when you look at it at small pieces, 4,000 here, 5,000, 2,000 there, that's a lot of events that council has actually supported, and I think that's fabulous. I'm totally supportive of these events, and some of these events have proven themselves as well. It's just the whole corona not knowing, but I'm happy to support anyway. So if there's no further, Madam Deputy, do you want to have a right of reply?
No, just to say, I suppose that was a very good point that you brought up, Madam Mayor, and Councillor Dixon, you're following on with it. But it seems like it is under control, and if all of us conform to what our behaviours now, let us hope that by July we're a little bit back into normal life. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to vote then. All those in favour? I see none against. I declare the motion carried. Thank you. If you want to get Councillor Turner back in. So we have item number 12.02, the proposed postponement of a visit to Nanda, Japan. I'm happy to move that. Councillor Alex, seconded by Councillor Ali. And look, given that myself and other councillors were going to attend this wonderful celebration of 30 years of friendship and sister city partnership, it is a shame, but the world has literally shut its doors, so it's not really a viable option. So it's really the only option that's available to us. So I commit this to the councillors. Councillor Allen, would you like to say something?
Look, just very briefly, the most important word in this is postponement. We're not cancelling the visit. We are postponing it to a suitable time when it can go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I'll take that on board. Cancel was at this time, but postpone is a much better word. Thank you.
Question? Through the Acting General Manager. This is the 30th anniversary that we were going to celebrate. And as I mentioned the other night, it would be really nice if we could have something nice go to them on or about the day of the anniversary. And what I'm thinking is not a large gift or anything, but I'm trying to think of the calligraphy, something to say. That's just what occurs to my mind. Something to say, you know, we can't be there, but we're still thinking of our sister city relationship with Andrew and something like that. And to send something just beautiful. They love that kind of artwork. To send on the day that of the actual anniversary. So could something be considered about that, please?
Mayor, we could certainly consider that. Have a discussion offline as to what that might look like, but there's no reason why something like that couldn't occur.
I'd just like some kind of us to reach out on the actual day.
Or perhaps, I mean, on a grander note, maybe even, we could work a concept, and I mean, it wouldn't happen straight away, but given that we do have Hunter come to visit Port Macquarie, maybe we could have conversations about a small garden in their honour in the Mrs. York's garden, maybe a Japanese garden section or something that when they come over they have a place to go, and that celebrates the friendship of perhaps these are discussions we can have at a later stage.
Yeah, I would like to throw in the ring as well. I think that's nice, but I'd like something to go to them on the actual day. And it just occurred to me that something else that they would really love is if all of us got up and did a bit of karaoke and sent a video over. They'd absolutely be delighted with that. So let's think about it.
Madam Deputy, have you heard me sing? Nobody needs to hear that.
They'd love it. That's what they would like most.
Alrighty then, okay, if there's no further conversations on this from councillors, we'll put the motion to the vote. Sorry, yes, certainly Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to pay tribute to the members of the committee, the Hunter Sister City Working Group, especially Bruce Hardy, who was in a lot of contact with his counterparts in Hunter at the time when the virus was becoming difficult, especially in Japan. And I'd just like to let all the councillors know that it was handled really, really well, really respectfully, and very apologetic about that. Well, they were, I guess the whole thing's been taken out of their hands now, but in the early days it was done in such a way, in a very respectful way, and they made a point of wanting to convey their apologies for having to do it. So it's been a good exercise in diplomatic relations.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your part in that, Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I'll put the motion to vote now. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. Declare the motion carried. Now we have item number 13. Sorry, 12.03 we do. Now this is a bit of a tricky one because there's a possibility that we're going to have to split these motions.
Procedural motion.
And you have a look at the screen.
Yep, so perhaps if we could...
I'll move that.
Thank you. If we could go that...
Whether we conduct
a poll in conjunction with the 2020 local government elections and the proposed wording of such a poll. So,
and I suppose that wording is correct whether we do one or two.
I believe we should do a procedural motion first, which is the one below there, so that it's clear that we're dealing with two issues.
Well, I think we should first do this, that council determine whether to conduct a poll. Council determine. I'm going to move that council determine to conduct a poll in conjunction with the 2020 local government elections and determine determine the proposed wording of such poll or polls. to conduct one or more polls on the first line, Ron, one or more polls in conjunction with the...
Well, I had wording of having a mover and a seconder to split the motions, so each poll question is considered separately.
Yes, and we'll do that.
Well, I think that needs to be done first before we then have the motions regarding whatever questions.
Okay,
should be asked.
Well, we'll ask the expert, shall we, who's in the room with us, which is Michael. Can you give us some advice, please, on this?
I'd suggest either way will work. The way that it's up there at the moment, we're actually resolved. First thing you have to do is resolve to conduct the poll, and then because there are potentially two questions, you could have each one of those as a split motion. The other way is you could just resolve initially to split the motion, and then each motion would be to conduct a poll with this wording. So I think you're achieving the same thing no matter which way you go forward.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw my motion and you don't need to include it in the minutes, Ron, I don't think. Didn't get a second though.
Okay.
Councillor Elliott.
So let's have a look at
Yes, well, then I move the I move the procedural motion that in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice, Clause 9.13a, that we split the motion and hence have a separate resolution on a community poll on, quote, fluoridation of council's water supply, end quote, and on, quote, a new east-west link road between Ocean Drive and the Oxley Highway, end quote.
That's not setting the wording, that's just setting the issue.
That's setting how we... It's basically saying there's going to be two motions that follow this procedural motion.
Should it be and secondly on a new east-west link road between Ocean Drive and the Oxley Highway?
We have separate resolutions, and the quoting, I think, makes it clear. I don't think it makes any difference if we have secondly or not.
If we have secondly, we need firstly.
I think it reads better without it.
Okay. Fine. So we have a mover in Councillor Allen. We have a seconder in Councillor Turner. Do we need to debate this particular part of motion, or do we want?
I think the words are pretty clear.
Okay. So you're happy for me to put it to the vote then, without discussion? That's what I'm asking you. Yes, everybody? Thank you.
Yes.
Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. So we have the first motion, recommendation that will need moved.
Would you like to move this amendment?
Yes, I would be happy to move this. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Can I just suggest the wording there needs to start with that council conduct a poll with the following wording?
At the September 2020 election.
In conjunction with the September 2020 elections.
In conjunction with the September 2020 election. Which would read, and then you could have, would you prefer, council?
And I would suggest a quotation.
Would you prefer council to stop adding fluoride, hydrofluorosilicic acid to the public water supply?
Could I just ask a slight change and just make it clear with community poll? Community poll, the first one.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so moved.
Do I have a seconder?
I'm looking for somebody else to second it, but I'll second it if I must.
Or you must?
Seems I must.
Thank you. Madam Deputy, are you committed or not? You are? Committed? Not committable, but are you committed?
You said you must.
If I must?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm just going to invite somebody else to jump in, but never mind.
Okay, thank you. So, the whole premise, I'll speak to this, the whole premise around how we've gotten today is that since 2012, when fluoride has been, it was a directive for fluoride to be added to the drinking water of the Port Macquarie Hastings region. There were many in the community at that time that spoke out against it, and it was added anyway. Our community has changed since 2012. It's changed greatly. Now, the views of people may have changed as well. And how do we know what our people think if we don't ask them? So we'll never know if we don't ask. Now, I have been approached, as Madam Deputy has been approached over years, for people to their views to be acknowledged, and why can't we have our say? And with the elections coming up in September of this year, this is the perfect opportunity to get a clear understanding of where our community sits with this, and then off the back of that, reconvene to discuss what that means. So at this time, it is only a poll to see what the general public feels about the addition of fluoride to the public drinking water. Madam Deputy, would you like to say anything on that?
No, probably everybody seen my multiple emails that I've sent back to people over the last couple of days. I'm just wondering, and this is just a formality, I'm wondering if we should have at the beginning of in the quotation marks, yes or no, semicolon, would you prefer?
Yeah.
Not necessary?
They'll only have two options on the poll question, which will be yes or no.
Okay. All right, well, I will say a couple of words and to say that what I've replied back to everybody and also to the General Manager when he was here and also to the media already, saying, yes, I acknowledge that we can't simply stop adding fluoride to the water supply. We're under instruction from New South Wales Health. However, like the Mayor, I think that we need to get community opinion, and once we do get community opinion, then we can decide what to do. And in my opinion, two things that we could decide to do would be to engage in seek discussions with New South Wales Health, and also to be more proactive in providing health-based, that is general health information, not dental health information, to the community on our website about how they can avoid the adverse effects, what's now known to be the adverse effects of fluoride consumption on our health over a lifetime.
Thank you. Madam Deputy. Anyone else like to speak to this? Thank you.
I'd like to move an amendment that the words around the question should stay the same, but that the question should be, should Council apply to the Secretary of the Department of Health to revoke the approval to add fluoride, in brackets, hydrofluorosilicic acid? Okay, right. To Council's drinking water supply.
So it's down wrong underneath, apply to the Secretary of the Department of Health.
Yes. To Council's drinking water supply.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Do you have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Levito. Thank you. Councillor Ali, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The report before us says that a poll question must be clear and concise. I actually believe that the question as proposed in the original motion was clear and concise, and I think that the vast majority of people within our community will interpret that to mean that A, it's a council problem to make this decision, and that B, council will act on it if it is done. That is the normal expectation. When somebody is asked a question of that nature, that is the normal expectation as to how it will be responded to if it is returned in the affirmative. So the proposed wording I've got here makes it very clear that it is not our decision to remove fluoride from the water supply. It's up to the Department of Health. If the community were to vote in favour of removing fluoride, then we would pass that information on to the Department of Health. We would say that there was an overwhelming view within our community to remove fluoride and basically shift it back to the state government who makes the decision.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Levito?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Ali on the point of view of sending a clear signal to the community for them to make a clear and concise decision and from which council can act. I have my own personal view about public health measures for the greater good. I'm not opposed to a poll. I think it's incumbent on everybody to have their say. Therefore, those who oppose the addition of fluoride to our water supply will have their say. But it's also incumbent on those who think it's a good idea to step forward and convince us why we should vote yes. Whatever it is. The only other thing that I think that is important is that a little bit of devil in the detail. It's going to be the only question, or the only comment I make if this gets up and the other point gets up, that council be very fair in the way it presents the yes and no case to ensure that they are very balanced and not one-sided. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Levito. I'm actually going to speak in support of the amendment because listening to what you were saying, Councillor Ali, I totally agree with that there because you're right, it isn't just up to council to switch off fluoride. It's not possible for council on its own to make that decision, otherwise it may have made that decision a couple of years ago. But anyway, in saying that, I'm happy to support your amendment.
Speak against the amendment because the Secretary of the Department of Health will not approve revoking addition of fluoride to council's drinking water supply, and so therefore we're asking for the community to tell us to do, if we speak in the positive, to do something that we know full well will not actually have any meaning at all because the Department of Health will not revoke the water supply. If we ask, would you prefer council to stop adding fluoride to public water supply, we can get their preference. I don't agree with Councillor Ali that people are not smart enough to be able to figure that out when we give them for and against information. But the amendment is taking us nowhere, it does nothing.
Well, what if, Madam Deputy, what if another amendment was put up? If I moved another amendment that combined the two, so would you prefer council to stop adding fluoride to hydrofluorosilicic acid to the public water supply and apply to the Secretary of the Department of Health to revoke the approval to add?
I don't think it goes to
revoke any further.
I don't think it takes us any further. The question of revoking.
But that's the process, Madam Deputy. There's a process.
No, because in my opinion, we are asking for people's opinion, and that's really all we can do, and then we decide what we're going to do about it. So I'll leave it in your hands, but I'll be voting against the amendment.
Would anyone else like to comment?
Just a quick question to Deputy Mayor.
Sorry?
Can you just answer...
We can't hear you.
Pardon?
That's better.
Can you just answer what you think will be the result of the next steps after you get a result? Say that there's a positive result and people say we don't want hydrofluoric acid in the water supply. What would be your next step? What would be something that would then make the Department of Health change the position?
As I said before, we would then have information from the community about what the community thought, upon which for us to then approach the Department of Health for discussions, and certainly, we can have discussions, and also to do a little bit of work in terms of providing information to the community about the actual negative or potential adverse health effects from fluoride consumption. That would be the two things I would see coming out of it.
I mean, in the one hand, Madam Deputy, you're right, this is just a poll asking people's opinions. Sorry, Councillor Ali, I've just dropped back. It's a very persuasive argument on a topic that is very divisive. Anyway, okay, all right, sorry, I'm not going to support you now, Councillor Ali. Okay, so we'll put the amendment.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak in favour of the amendment, but only because I think it's the least worst scenario. I think the whole idea, I don't support the idea of a poll. I think it's a waste of council's money, and I think it's leading the community up the garden path because we're not going to be able to do anything about it.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Any other comments, questions? I'll now put the amendment. Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Right. So we have myself, Councillor Dixon, and Madam Deputy against. Right, so the amendment is now the motion. There's some more discussions on these.
The motion is not the motion.
Well, it's become a motion, and it's the motion now. You know what I mean.
Hang on, Ali Griffiths. Oh, Councillor Griffiths voted in favour. Okay.
Yes, thank you. All right, I've asked the question. Is anyone else wishing to speak to this? No? Thank you. All right, well, I will put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour of your motion? Okay, fine. Do we understand what just happened then, or will we take the vote then?
Move the amendment to part.
Yes, it's become a motion. It's become a motion, so we'll just wait until Ron catches up. It's not an amendment anymore. It's now a motion. The council conduct a community poll. Following wording. Yes? Yes? Now we're voting on the motion.
The amendment, which is now the motion. Yeah.
It's the motion. Give me a break. Okay.
So now we get to speak on this again.
And I did ask that question, so we'll go through it again. So now it's your motion, Councillor Ali. Would you like to speak on it?
Well, just that I agree largely with the sentiments that Councillor Turner mentioned earlier, and that is that I would actually prefer that there not be a poll on fluoride because I don't think it advances us. I prefer the wording of the question as I proposed, and obviously was able to persuade my fellow councillors to support. Having said that,
So sorry, Councillor Ali, are you speaking in support or in opposition of your motion?
I'm probably speaking in opposition to the motion. I'm quite entitled to do that. I'm quite entitled to do that. The amendment as it is the preferred wording of the majority of the councillors. It doesn't mean I have to support it.
Are you still moving it?
It is the motion. It is the motion. I'm still moving it.
So you're moving a motion that you don't support?
Well, I moved the amendment. That makes me automatically having moved the motion. It doesn't mean I have to vote for it.
No one's suggesting that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
share your.
You can conclude that I'm speaking against it.
Thank
what
you.
I'm saying.
Okay, so you're speaking against the motion?
Yes.
For reasons?
Well, for reasons that largely, look, I don't think this is an issue for council. I think it's an issue for the state government. If people are really concerned about this particular issue, I would recommend that they get 10,000 signatures and on a petition to a state member, either in the Legislative Council or the Legislative Assembly, and they can have a debate on the floor of State Parliament where the issue belongs. That's my recommendation for somebody who wishes to further this. I don't think it's an issue for council, that's why I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
What does it matter what you think? It's who you represent. It's not what any of us think. It's about who we're representing. And the vast majority that we represent have asked for. There has been a great deal of request for a poll at the election for people to have their say. So the fact that you share your personal views isn't relevant. It's about the broader community, whether they want to say yes or no. You are denying democracy. You're denying people to say yes or no in that statement you've made. And I'm going to ask you, could you just think about that for a moment and perhaps reconsider your position? Because it doesn't matter what your position is.
My job as a councillor is to implement the Local Government Act.
Represent the community too, please.
Well, represent the community, but implementing the Local Government Act. There is, when I say I don't, look, it doesn't matter what I think about an issue that we don't have jurisdiction over.
But you're making a decision based on what you think. What you think is what
No.
I'm asking.
With all due respect, Madam Mayor, you're making a decision on what you think. The Local Government Act and the laws of New South Wales determine whether this is an issue for local council or whether this is an issue for state government. Now, you can challenge whether you can perhaps suggest that what I'm saying. I mean, you can suggest that me forming the view is being flippant about what I think. There is the laws of New South Wales are clear in this regard. This is a state government matter. So therefore, when I say it doesn't matter what I think on this matter, it's because this is a council meeting. This is not the New South Wales Parliament.
I totally agree. I'm quite aware that it was seated in a council meeting in downtown Hawaii. But the thing is, they're the people we represent. We represent the ratepayers and the residents of the Pompey local government area, and there has been request, and now there's a possible opportunity for everyone that goes to the polls to have their say on how they feel about this. What happens after that is another issue in itself. This is just about the poll.
The proper advice to give to people who are concerned in our community, who are concerned about this issue, is to talk to their local state member, is to put together a petition in the right format, and if they can get 10,000 signatures from across New South Wales, they can get a debate on the floor of the New South Wales Parliament, which which is the relevant jurisdiction for this particular issue. So I'm not ignoring what they're saying. I'm just saying that this is not the right forum.
In your opinion?
Yes, the opinion that is informed by the laws of New South Wales, yes. It's not the right forum, and the opinion, in my opinion, that is informed by my studies in law, by the laws of New South Wales, and by
the policy of the Labor government party,
by the policies of both parties of government within New South Wales. As Madam Mayor probably points out, it is a bipartisan policy that has been the policy of governments for the last state governments for the last 45 years, or whatever, in this state.
I think Councillor Ali's had long enough to speak to his motion.
I agree, thank you, Councillor Christensen.
Councillor Ali's put on legislation. I'll ask you a quick question. Does that mean if we got a poll and 10,000 people said we actually want to remove fluoride from our water, would that qualify as a legitimate number that we could then present to the state members and say, now go and debate this? Our role is to represent community. Would that be feasible?
As I understand it, 10,000 to get a debate on the floor of Parliament requires 10,000 signatures in the correct form to be presented as a petition to the New South Wales Parliament.
So you don't think up?
So in answer to your question, I can't tell you what our local members would do, or for that matter, any particular parliamentarian would do, as to whether they would raise it on the floor of Parliament. But I understand that if there are 10,000 signatures, then that would trigger a debate on the floor of Parliament.
Thank you.
It's the motion. The motion as it stands takes the community nowhere. It is an absolutely pointless exercise. I don't agree with Councillor Ali that all we're here to do is to implement the Local Government Act. We're actually here to try to assist our community to have good outcomes. And in my opinion, the only way to take this forward, even 10,000 signatures on the floor of Parliament, will not make a scrap of difference, because this is absolute dogma that is held by all parties for no good scientific reason. And in fact, the only way, I believe, for any hope of change happening here is if we ask people what their opinion is, and give them some information on both sides. The motion as it stands takes us nowhere, and I will not support it. The motion as it was originally actually asks a meaningful question to the people in the community as to what they would prefer. And I will move an amendment. We've got a motion on the books, which is what was there. And I'm going to, would you prefer that council cease adding fluoride to the hydrofluoric acid to the public water supply? I'm going to give it another go.
Well done, Madam Deputy. I'm happy to second that.
Is that significantly different?
If it was significantly different, I would have to do a foreshadowed motion, but it's not. My amendment is, would you prefer that council cease adding fluoride, hydrofluoric acid to the public water supply? And I don't think you will find that there's any rule that says that you can't bring back rewording.
Thank you. And I'm happy to second that.
So, Bron, we need the motion to be in there as, no, not there.
Up the top.
Just 2 lines above there, that needs to have Councillor Ali's motion. So would you prefer that council cease adding, or would you prefer that council stop? Just take out the two.
Yeah, stop adding. Either way, I'm
Take out
happy
that,
to
just
support.
put the little T-O. Down next there, in the middle of that line, two.
Would you
That's
prefer
it,
that
that's
council
it,
stop?
that's it.
Yeah.
The Mayor has seconded that, Ron.
Okay. All right, so we have, if we can scroll down, we now have an amendment moved by Madam Deputy and myself. Simplistically, would you prefer the council stop adding fluoride, hydrofluorosilicic acid to the public water supply?
I'm going to speak to the motion.
Yes.
You've heard all of my stories. This is an actual question to people that their answer will make a difference. Their answer will add to the number that council comes to from the results about what people would prefer. It's an opportunity to provide them with information, to get their preference, and then to consider, the incoming council will then be able to consider what to do on the basis of that preference. But to ask the community to go to a poll where all they're doing is providing us with an answer that they are not able, that council it's going to be pointless. Council, it will not go anywhere. But if we have people's preferences, we will have the number of people who have a point of view, and then council has some information, like a community consultation, where we will have some information about what the community think, and then the incoming council can decide what to do about it. I think people are smart enough to be able to distinguish that. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak against this? No? Are we happy to put the amendment to the vote? Yes? All right. Those in favour of the new amendment, that council stop adding blah blah blah. Put the motion, the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? So against is Councillor Turner, Councillor Ali and Councillor Levito. Okay, so the amendment has now become the motion. Madam Deputy.
I'll reserve my right for comment. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against it?
I'll speak against the motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
As I've said before, I think we're just leading the public up the garden path with this. Council has no jurisdiction, as Councillor Ali so eloquently explained. The purpose of the council elections for me is actually to have council elections. It's not to try and confuse the public by throwing in a random question that there's no relationship to council operations or that there's no relationship to the actual election itself. Furthermore, it's going to cost in the order of $60,000. The election's already costing about $200,000 more than what council has budgeted for. So adding another $60,000 on top of that for one question, I think is not very good value for money in 2020, when community sentiment can be explored in a much more sophisticated manner for a lot less money.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Quick question. To the acting general manager. If we were to actually go out there and do some consultation with the community and ask them their view, is thinking that we would actually get out there and meet everybody, what would be an approximate cost if we actually looked at doing that? Guessed it.
Thinking about it there, I really don't know what how you might go about that and what the cost of that might be.
At least a stamp per person.
At least the standard.
Whilst I appreciate Councillor Turner, I'm going to speak in support. While I appreciate Councillor Turner's sentiment over the cost, and ordinarily I would agree with that, but there is a cost in the operations of council by adding fluoride to the drinking water. There is an enormous cost. This is an opportunity coming up to people having to go legally to the polling booth or be fined. So the herd will be taken to the polls, and this is an opportunity for them to have their say, yes or no. We may be surprised with the answer. We may be surprised. Our community may say they are quite happy to have fluoride in their water, and then they may not. No one in this room knows what our community thinks until we ask them. And I agree with Madam Deputy, it is a form of public engagement, so community engagement. So I just ask that this motion moved by Madam Deputy be supported. Thank you. And would you like the right of reply?
Yes, actually, I have had quite a number of emails arise in the last couple of weeks of people absolutely furious. How dare I suggest that we should take fluoride out of the water supply? It is such a wonderful thing for teeth. And even one guy said, prepare to be sued by all the children who are going to have increased tooth decay. Well, number one, I have been privy to research that has been done on the quality of those dental studies, and it is very low. And secondly, the other side of that none of these people who have contacted me have been aware of is the potential for adverse effects on our general health, on our bones, on our thyroid, on our brains, and that's where all of the evidence is building up now in terms of neurotoxicity. And so I think people deserve to have a choice to say, well, do we want to save our teeth, or do we want to be a bit more careful with our neurons? And this is a very legitimate question that gives the opportunity to get a community opinion, and it's also an education process to get people to be aware that they shouldn't be blasé about fluoride, they shouldn't swallow their toothpaste. They should make up their baby bottled water with bottles without using tap water because it's got fluoride in it. And all the evidence is now showing that you're damaging people's IQ. So I reckon we should be courageous and do this for the community.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Deputy. I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? Declare the motion carried. Thank you. We had Councillor Turner, Councillor Ali and Councillor Vito gone against. Right, so we'll now move to the second part. Thank you.
We need to go back up to get the preliminary words, I think, don't we? Let's go back down. That council conduct.
Yes, that's the motion. The council conduct a community poll with the following wording in conjunction with the September 2020 local government elections, which will read, should council continue to consider all options for a new east-west link road between Ocean Drive and the Oxley Highway.
Bron, just to be consistent, can we just put inverted commas around that? Please?
I also suggest Councillor Road and Oxley Highway Airport tomorrow.
Very good.
Yes, happy to accept that.
Could I make a suggestion to Councillor Ali? In brackets, after link, Orbital Road, bearing in mind that we did go out with significant consultation to the community with this proposal, calling it the Orbital Road. So for some people this will be quite confusing and ambiguous.
Look, I'm aware that we also, I hear what you're saying, but I'm also aware that we passed a resolution of this council where I guess we changed the wording to be traffic network improvement, etc., and dropped the word orbital. So
that's fine, but what you actually are referring to here is what was known by community as the Orbital Road, and for absolute transparency, I would urge you to consider to place in brackets after link, just orbital and then road. So that way people totally understand what you're talking about.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, this doesn't relate to the issue. I just would like clarification on something in the code of meeting practice, because I think it's in there to stop exactly what's been going on for the last 12 minutes. Clause 9.19 of the code of meeting practice says the chairperson must not permit discussion on any reply to or refusal to reply to a question put to a councillor or council employee. So I think that when a councillor answers the question, that's it. You can't keep going back and back and back. I'm not saying you're doing that, I'm saying a number of people are doing it. Can we have a ruling on that? Because, I think we're getting way away from the code of meeting practice.
Can I just ask a question on that, Councillor Levito? Is this not in the spirit of debate that fleshes out?
Hang on, is it by the Constitution?
No, I'm
or
just
is
asking.
Code of meeting practice, Madam Mayor, you can't.
I'm asking you a question.
Okay, you need to follow the code of meeting practice. It's not what Ms. Pinson thinks 1 minute, and what Mr. Levito thinks 1 minute, and what Mr. Ali thinks 1 minute. It's the code of meeting practice. Otherwise, we'll be here all day.
I agree, Councillor Levito. I asked you
Can we
to
have a
follow the
ruling
code of
on
meeting
this
practice.
Ferguson be able against the ruling on that, please, Madam Mayor?
look,
That's okay.
Madam Mayor, the motion I've proposed is as it is written there on the screen. If somebody wishes to move an amendment to include that, then we'll debate that.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
So I don't know that we've even got a second yet.
No, but I appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you. Do we have a seconder here?
I'll say that.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Levito. I think, we just need to time a few things. Are we? Okay. Okay. Now, if we just keep the amendment there, Bron, because I'd like to move an amendment to that, which is exactly what is written down below. Should council continue to consider, so you can keep that line there. The other thing I would add is after link, in brackets, orbital. Yes. Thank you. Do we have a seconder for this? Thank you. Councillor Griffiths. The reason I've moved the amendment is because, excuse me, councillors, I do remember Councillor Levito raising an issue when other councillors are speaking. other councillors should not be speaking. So thank you for your attention. That the reason I raised it with Councillor Ali before is this is transparency. This is what our community expects of us. So trying to hide in the shadows of an east-west link, if community does not understand that that actually means orbital, then they may say, oh, a new road, oh, that must be different from the orbital. Oh, yes, I'd like that. I think we're clearly stating what we went out to enormous engagement with, which was an orbital, and I would like councillors to give that view of transparency some consideration.
Madam Mayor, having now heard your argument, I would be prepared to accept that into the motion. I'm looking across at my seconder to see whether...
Councillor Vega?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm very much happy to hear about your transparency.
So, but are you happy to accept the... No, you said you're happy on embracing transparency.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so you're going to incorporate that into your...
I'm happy to do that, to incorporate that into
Thank
the
you.
motion.
Okay,
and
great.
Also effectively means we unwind the...
Yes.
the amendment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're back to... Okay, so we're back to the motion moved by Councillor Ali and Councillor Levino, incorporating orbital, removal of the amendment. No, the amendment's out, thank you, because you've embraced the addition of orbital.
May I speak to the motion?
Thank you, it's your motion.
Yes. Fairly briefly, there's been much community discussion about traffic congestion within the whole Port Macquarie area, and the proposals for an east-west link road between Ocean Drive and the Oxley Highway. The intent of having a community poll is to give a voice to the entire community on this particular issue. And I'm well aware that this particular link is seen as a very contentious part of the whole discussions about traffic network improvements, and I think that will give the incoming council some clarity about where to go from there.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Levino? Yes, Councillor Chair.
The current business case study which is underway, which has been funded by Council for the first stage, naturally includes all options for future improvements of the traffic network. Does that mean that if I guess what I'm asking is if the community votes that it doesn't want to consider all options, and then clearly that's not something that is then enforced necessarily by the council, but then the council determines that it's not something that they wish to continue with. The whole process needs to start, isn't it?
It's an interesting question because many of our residents may read that should council continue to consider all options. Some may say no, we just want one, but we don't give them that option, the yes or no answer. So if the answer comes back no from such a poll question, I think council will then need to consider exactly what does that mean whilst we're going to put cases forward for and against. You're right, the strategic business case will look at all options, including the orbital that was identified as the engineering option, as we recall. But it could be that many people will, some people might provide a response that we're not necessarily looking for.
Can I ask a question? Is this a $30,000 burning issue for a poll, or is this a question that has been thrown in off the back of, because I mean initially the premise was it was about fluoride, and then this has morphed into now the east-west link, the orbital, to ask the question and going back to Councillor Turner's comment, the cost when there is business case underway and a resolution of council that leaves all options on the table, whether the community likes it or not, you're in a process. I think this could be detrimental to, I mean, there's going to be a report back on the process, I'm sure. There's going to be other opportunity for further debate on the orbital road down the track. I just think, is this something that council sees as a worthy cause to pursue? Just a question. I'll make it to you because you've moved it.
Yes. Look, again, it's a contentious part of. There's no question about the fact that that there's been much contention over whether we look at all options or less options and things like that. This will give the incoming council a much clearer picture that there is now on the question that you raised there as to whether the community supports it or not. At the end of this, we'll have a much clearer picture as to whether the community supports all options being looked at or not.
If I may, then you will need to change the format of the question based on all options. For the reasons that was said before, that if they say, should council consider all options for a new east-west link orbital road between blah blah blah, and then the vast majority come back and say no, well, where does that leave the business case study with all options under resolution that are being investigated through the business case study? Where does that leave that? That's a question.
Yes, if the community votes no, then the new council will have to look at where they're up to with the business case and make decisions based on that. I mean, I'm not going to predict what the new council will do in those circumstances. All I'm saying is that the council will be informed as to where the community is at.
A bit like fluoride.
Well, I think I'm on that one, right? Yes. There's not a question that a community poll determines, what the community's opinion is.
Okay,
So I'm going to speak against the motion. I think we've had enough discussion. I think that we need to get back to the code of meeting practice and actually either debate for or against the motion. I'm debating against the motion for the same reason I went before. I think it's leaving the community up the garden path because council laws in the next council will make a decision based on a lot more than what the community thinks. There'll be financial implications, there'll be timing implications. There's a whole lot of things that need to be taken into consideration. Although I do think this question is more relevant than the fluoride question, I still think it's a waste of more money. It's not a good way of finding feedback from the community, and so I'm not going to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. and I'm going to speak in opposition for it as well because for all the reasons Councillor Judith just said. I don't think it's a good use of an extra $30,000 to $40,000 on something that council has, got going on at the moment. There's a resolution, there's a business case, all options are on the table. It's a bit of a furphy, really. Any other speakers to this? No? Well, I'll put the motion to a vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. And the motion's been lost. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to item number 13.01. I'm moving this recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Just purely, there's been a number of people, but it seems to have ramped up a bit in relation to this sculpture. I mean, look, I don't mind it. It's interesting, and occasionally you see rabbits and teddy bears hanging off it, and it creates a bit of conversation and a bit of a laugh. I didn't even know what it represented, and I didn't know who put it there, why it was there. So this is the wonderful thing about when people ask questions that, you get curious and you want to know the answer yourself. So I very much look forward to a report coming back in April about the history on it, what it means, why it's there, who owns it, who's responsible for it. But more importantly, does it reflect the gateway to our great region, Port Macquarie. So I'm just looking forward to, if it's supported, that a report will come back on all of those things. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Rivers? Yeah, exactly. So any opposition to this or further discussion? I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Levino against. Thank you. Declare the motion carried. Moving on to item 13.2, response for the Ocean Tidal Pool. In Port Macquarie, we have a recommendation to note the information. Would anyone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Alley, seconded by Councillor Turner. Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on this? Yes?
Question 3 to the General Manager or Director of Recruitments, or I suppose to the Acting General Manager himself. In terms of, there's a couple of interesting things in here that Crown Lands have said. One is that something around a public authority proponent would be the preferred proponent for something like this. How would a public authority proponent consult with the community about whether to have it, where it might go, that kind of thing? It seems like the cart is the wheel before the horse.
Would you, Director Watkins?
You Acting General Manager, if council were the proponent, I would expect that we would go through a process similar to what we've gone through with the Aquatic Centre, Port Macquarie Aquatic Centre, where it's a site selection process and engagement and all of the engagement that we've done over the last 3 years on that site would be certainly a starting point. At this point, there's no, from the department's point of view, Crown Lands, there is no site that they're aware of, and there is no plans, actual details of the proposal. So they've had to be quite vague in their response, I think, because what they would do with any application would vary depending on the site and what's proposed and how much of Crown Land would be involved and who would be the proponent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
As someone who is actively supportive of the Tidal Pool project, apparently there is a site that's been selected and feasibility studies done here over in the London Council. So do you not know?
No, I'm not able to. I'm not able to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussions? Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would just like to speak for the motion, but I would just like to add, back in April 2018, it was through myself at point 6 the motion was added, and we're exactly in the position today that I was here. So Humphrey Appleby is alive and well, and he lives down at Deepie, and he obviously wrote this letter back to council. What I was very concerned about, and I'm still incredibly concerned about, and I think everybody should take much notice of the debacle we're in down at Lake Cat-Eye, down with these multiple state government departments, is that I fear that we're going to be sucked into some sort of vortex down in the future where they're saying, we've asked them legitimately, you will be the person that has to consent to the DA being lodged. Will you agree, and if so, what will your requirements be? And they've come back and said, well, you go away and do all this work, come back and ask us, and then we'll tell you what the situation is. And I fear that all we're going to end up with here, and this will be some time down the track, is a situation where the goalposts will be continually moved, and we are going to be spending a lot, whether it's us or whether it's this community group, and in any way it's taxpayers' money, a lot of money is going to be spent whilst goalposts are being moved, while government departments work out a way not to be left holding the parcel when the music stops and they have to make a decision.
Thank you, Councillor Levito. Any further questions, comments?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Turner. So if you go to page 107, where we've got the reply back from them that says about the department's preference is there that there be a public authority proponent and asset owner. I'm wondering if there would be value in adding a second point which tries to get past what Councillor Levito is talking about and put the ball squarely back in there, back with them.
What were you suggesting, Madam Deputy Mayor?
I might ask the Acting General Manager and perhaps Director Watkins might have the answer. She's hiding behind her hand. If there's any words that we could use to put the responsibility back with them so that, because I agree with Councillor Levito, that's the real danger. We're going to have yet another mire that we're wallowing in.
Through Acting General Manager, I think the issue arises because the letter that we wrote to the department originally did indicate Council's current position in respect of the title proposal, any title proposal that was the current project of Council and wasn't supported as a priority by Council. So the resolution was provided, and this is still the response. I think we might get a response that would be something like it's not intended necessarily to conclude that it's council as the public authority. I think that's just their general position. The Crown always likes a government agency to be the proponent to deal with them rather than a committee running it.
So do they then do the work?
The
Crown? Are they responsible for the studies?
Well, I don't think they mind who's responsible as long as it's not.
Sorry, slow down a little bit.
I don't think they're concerned about who's responsible for the studies, but the Crown would be of the view that it's not them. Because they're not proposing anything. The title pool committee or the government agency that takes over would be the proponent, and it is up to a proponent under legislation to actually deal with the issues.
So when they say, through you, Mr. Acting General Manager, so when they say their preference is that there is a public authority proponent and asset owner in the long term, does that include us?
Through you, Acting General Manager, I would suspect definitely.
Okay.
Generally, the Crown will prefer to have a council, a local government entity, as an asset owner or an operator or a manager of the whatever it is the asset is.
Follow-up question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
How do they go with things like surf clubs on Crown Reserves, which is not a public authority, but nevertheless they have ownership of those facilities.
The actual council is managing surf clubs on Crown Lake.
Okay. Well,
Okay, well, if we can, is there any amendments being moved?
Do you want to, Councillor, Madam Mayor, may I ask Councillor Turner a question, please? Do you want to repeat anything that came out of our original resolution saying that this is not our priority?
no, I think it's all in the report now.
Okay.
Okay, I'll put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. None against? I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Moving on now to item number 13.03.
Move the recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Do I have a seconder? Happy to second. You're happy to second? Thank you. Councillor Alice seconding. Any discussion on this, Madam Deputy?
No, this is deferred to enable the applicant to address certain problems that were raised during the DAP meeting. Thank you.
I'm a reluctant seconder on this one because I'm almost inclined to agree with Robert Hussey from the DAP meeting. It seems that the concept is so bad that it's hard to see how they can solve it, but nevertheless, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So that's why I'm supporting.
Okay, thank you. Any opposition to this? I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. I see none against. Declare the motion carried. Thank you. Item 13.04.
Move the recommendation.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Thank you.
So can we just roll down a little bit? Determined, yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Allen, thank you. Madam Deputy, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, just to say that I do have some long-term concerns about this, but I've got no problem with the decision as is, the decision that follows from these words in terms of the immediate excision of a block of land to enable the Caravan Park manager's site to be separated.
Thank you. Councillor Allen? Any other councillors? Councillor Turner?
I'd just like to thank Michelle for sitting through the entire meeting.
Yes. Yes, thank you. If there's no further discussion, we'll put them all out of their misery. No further discussion, put the motion to vote then. All those in favour? Thank you. See none against, declare the motion carried. Thank you. Moving on now to item number 13.05. Could I have someone move, please?
Yes, I'll move it.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Thank you. Any discussion? Good evening. Safe travels home. Stay well. Seconder,
Thanks,
by
Michelle.
Griffiths. Yes, thank you. Any discussions, Madam Deputy?
Yes, this is just a continuation of the anomaly that's sorting out, I believe, what's happening with the various lots up there. So perhaps I'm going to go through the acting general manager and ask Director Watkins to give a little bit of an outline.
So essentially the general character of this area is the minimum allotment size is 8,000 square metres. The general character of the area is actually made up of various lot sizes, with the majority of those lot sizes being less than 8,000 square metres, and it's detailed in the report. So the proponent is actually undertaking some boundary adjustments to achieve an outcome that is probably more consistent with the land use patterns and the location.
Thank you. What she said.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Great. All right, any further discussion on this? I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those in favour? Thank you. See none against, declare the motion carried. Thank you. Item 13.07, I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder?
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Just noting the information and the frequency of the reports. But I would like to say this is actually a success story in the making. This is actually starting to happen. And I think Director Watkins would agree with me here. Yes, it took a while to get here and you know, the bats or the flying foxes were probably a little bit more controlled than what the residents were around the flying fox colony. But we've all come together, we worked together, and now we're starting to see some results. And I just want to say thank you to the staff and your staff and especially you, Director Watkins, because I brought a big headache to you and it's taken a while to get to where it is now, but you know, it's good. So thanks so much. Madam Deputy, did you want to speak to this? Anyone?
And to note that thank you that the community meeting will be held prior to, and we'll get the outcomes of that in the June report. Yep, thank you.
Any other discussions on this item? Put the motion to the vote then. All those in favour? See none against, declare the motion carried. Thank you. I notice that there's no items to be dealt with by exception. And we are now going to move to confidential matters. So I need someone to move that we go into confidential session of ordinary council. Moved by Councillor Ali, seconded by Councillor Dixon. Thank you very much. All those in favour? See none against, declare the motion carried. Thank you. Thank you. If you'd like to read out the events of tonight.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to the items considered in the closed session of Council, I report as follows. Item 1501, Warhope RSL Club and Branston Street Car Park, Warhope. Council resolved, 1, that Council note that without prejudice offer dated 27 February 2020 made to the Warhope RSL Club in the amount of $182,044.78 inclusive of GST for the release of the Warhope RSL Club Limited's purported first right of refusal in the Branston Street Car Park, Warhope, lots 4, 5, 6, deposited plan 236079. 2. Note the Warhope RSL Club Limited's formal acceptance on 2 March 2020 of Council's without prejudice offer dated 27 February 2020. 3. Delegate authorities to the General Manager to negotiate and enter into a deed of release to the Warhope RSL Club for the release of the Warhope RSL Club Limited's purported first right of refusal in the Branston Street Car Park, Warhope, lots 4, 5 and 6, DP 236079. 4. Affix the seal of Council with the necessary documents. 5. Maintain the confidentiality of the documents and considerations in respect of this confidential report. And I advise Council Intamin had a non-pecuniary less than significant matter interest in that matter. The item is carried unanimously. Item 1502, T1933 LGP EL0519 supply of electricity update. Council resolved 1. That Council note the rates accepted by local government procurement under request for tender LGP EL0519 stage 1 supply of electricity for large buildings and facilities and unmetered public lighting tendered by Origin Energy. 2. Council note the rates accepted by local government procurement under request for tender LGP EL0519 for stage 2 supply of electricity for small sites tendered by AGL. 3. Maintain the confidentiality of the documents and considerations in respect of local government procurement request for tender EL0519 stage 1 supply of electricity. That item is carried unanimously. Item 1503 T19567, construction of Fromster
recycled water interim supply main stages 3 to 8. Councillors Levido and Mayor Pinson declared pecuniary significant interest in the matter at the meeting. Council resolved to accept the tender for Air Construction Proprietary Limited for the lump sum of $3,683,952.83 exclusive of GST for construction of Drumster recycled water interim supply main stages 3 to 8. 2, affix the seal of council to the necessary document. And 3, maintain the confidentiality of documents and considerations in respect of request for tender T1967. That item is carried unanimously. And item 1504, T1965, Sandcox Reservoir water trunk main works. Again, Mayor Pinson and Councillor Levido declared interest and removed themselves from the room and didn't take part in this debate or consideration. Council resolve 1, that Council accept the tender from Air Construction Proprietary Limited for the lump sum of $1,216,855.29 exclusive of GST for the construction of Sandcox Reservoir water trunk main. 2, affix the seal of council to the necessary document. And 3, maintain the confidentiality of the documents and considerations in respect of request for tender T1965. And that item is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, that concludes last week's ordinary council meeting. And the meeting now closed at 10:04.